I will be moderating this next session on multilateral, regional, and bilateral water diplomacy for transboundary water cooperation. So to give you a quick background of this, the background of this session, over recent years, increasingly visible climate change impacts have accelerated challenges linked to water security, posing a threat to livelihoods, ecosystems, and peace around the world. Water is a fundamental element of human survival and dignity, and it plays a central role in the resilience of societies and the natural environment. Therefore, water availability is a point of tension between countries and communities that share the same water resources. According to UN Water, in 2021, 2.3 billion people live in water-stressed countries around the world. Given the vital role of water in securing life, development, and peace, water diplomacy and transboundary water cooperation are essential in ensuring that people from around the world have access to safe, affordable, and reliable drinking water and sanitation. To those that are not aware, water diplomacy is the use of diplomatic instruments to conflicts over shared water resources, with the aim to solve or mitigate these conflicts for the sake of cooperation, regional stability, and peace. Effective water diplomacy can help in achieving transboundary water cooperation, which in turn can help in achieving SDG 6, ensuring the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. This topic is of great importance to us all. Given the water crises occurring around the world, even in the past few months, we have witnessed flooding in China, Chile, Sudan, and Indonesia, devastating wildfires in Canada, Algeria, and Greece, and heat waves throughout France, Tunisia, and Iran. July 2023 was confirmed as the hottest month on record. Weather-related disasters have increased by a factor of 5 since the 1970s, every day claiming the lives of, on average, 115 people and causing $202 million in economic losses every day. So water security is a source of conflict, but it also represents an opportunity to bring peace through innovative solutions and collaboration. The aim of our session today is to assess where we are in the world on transboundary water cooperation and water diplomacy. We want to identify the challenges and opportunities to water cooperation and diplomacy, determine some examples of both effective and ineffective transboundary water cooperation, and evaluate what the legislative and scientific communities can contribute to improving transboundary water cooperation globally, regionally, and bilaterally. So to kick off, I'd like to introduce our two wonderful speakers here today. Next to me on my left, I have His Excellency Mr. Sean Steele, Ambassador of Canada to Vietnam. His Excellency has been Ambassador of Canada to Vietnam since May 2022. He previously served as Ambassador to Kazakhstan, the Kyrgyz Republic, and Tajikistan from 2014 to 2022. He has worked as part of Global Affairs Canada since 2002, working on foreign policy and trade in China, Turkey, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Turkmenistan. He has also served as head of the consulate in Chongqing, China, and Istanbul, Turkey. The ambassador also has a master's degree in environmental design, water, and environmental policy, so this is a topic that he's familiar with. And on my right, I have Mr. Remy Kina. Remy is a legal officer working with the Secretariat of the Water Convention serviced by the UN ECE, based in Geneva. He's previously worked across Asia with environmental rights and humanitarian NGOs, and consulted on international water law in the Asia-Pacific, Africa, and globally. He is an international environmental lawyer specializing in international water law, with experience spanning law firms, NGOs, and the UN, academia, and consulting. He's published and presented extensively on these topics and regularly commentates online. So as you can see, we have a great lineup for you today on people who really know what they're talking about. To give you a quick overview of the session we have today, we will first have a presentation by the ambassador, and then some time for questions, followed by a presentation by Remy, and we will tie it up with some key themes and questions linking the two presentations. So if I may hand it over to the ambassador.
Kính thưa Trân Thăng Văn giáo sư, kính thưa quý vị, kính thưa đồng nghiệp và các bạn. Mesdames et messieurs, colleagues, what a pleasure it is.
Kính thưa giáo sư Trần
to be
Thanh Vân,
with
kính
you
thưa tất cả các quý vị
today.
đại
I want
biểu,
to thank
các nhà khoa học.
the
Tôi xin được
organizers,
cảm ơn
ICISC,
ban tổ
the
chức
IPU for
của
having
trung tâm ICISC đã với tôi có cái phần chia sẻ trao đổi ở đây. Thực sự ngày hôm nay là một ngày tuyệt vời bởi vì tôi có cái cơ hội được trao đổi với chức nhà khoa học. Vâng, thực ra thì nghề ngoại giao của chúng tôi cũng đã bôn ba rồi làm việc ở rất nhiều các cái quốc gia, và tôi cũng có cơ hội và đợt này với tư cách là đại sứ của Canada thì tôi cũng
joining both water policy and water management with diplomacy. Seldom in my career do those two worlds intersect directly, but occasionally over the last 20 years as a diplomat, I've been able to dip my feet into water diplomacy and water management issues. I should also say that peace has been always a part of my education and the reason that I chose a career as a diplomat. I am a graduate of a United World College, Lester B. Pearson College of the Pacific in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, which was based on international peace and understanding and education as a force for peace. As Maureen said, my master's degree was an interdisciplinary degree. I worked with environmental scientists, urban planners, architects, industrial designers, and I was the policy guy in the team, talking about how do we make science applicable to policy. So I looked at water policy. I did my research in my master's degree on the Three Gorges project in China, and spent more than a year of my life traveling up and down the Yangtze River to understand what were the stakes of water resource management for the people living alongside that river. That gave me an enormous understanding of the importance of water as a vehicle for transportation, a conveyor of energy, for agriculture, for fisheries, and of course, a sustainer of ecosystems and human identity. I want to argue today that water diplomacy is not something that we should take up in diplomacy, but also that water itself should be a focus for diplomacy. And on this presentation, I owe a debt to Canada's former foreign minister and our current ambassador to France, Stéphane Dion, who has been a real advocate for water diplomacy. And he said that Canada must be part of the solution in a world where water management is the challenge of the century. So what about the significance of water? Why do we need water diplomacy? Given my background, I've always been fascinated with mapping watersheds, river basins. And if you apply the river basin map, key rivers of the world against, the geostrategic political map, it reveals some interesting things. As a father and moving around as a diplomat with my children, I would often ask my kids not just what country they're in, but challenge them to identify what watershed are you in? And the water that's falling on your head now, where does it end up? And I think that's something we should all do once in a while. Take a look at where we are, not just in terms of political borders, but in terms of the watershed. In Canada, the significance of the watershed is ingrained in our federal government system. So in Canada, all of the provinces have jurisdiction over natural resources and land, except for water. Water is a federal jurisdiction, and that's a recognition that water knows no boundaries. Canada recently, just this year, established a water agency, an independent water agency, to ensure not just that water is managed across borders, but that water control, water quality is improved across the country. Globally, some 40% of the world's landmass can be classified as dry land or water security hotspots at risk of desertification, and 2 billion people live in those areas. Over the last 60 years, and this is the good news, more than 300 international water agreements have been reached, compared to only 37 reported disputes between states in regards to water. So we're doing okay. For years, we've been hearing that the next source of conflict will be in water. We've been fending that off, but for how long? The evidence is clear that cooperation on water not only resolves disputes, but can actually build trust if it's done the right way. However, of the world's 263 international water basins, only 158 lack any type of cooperative framework. And most of the existing water agreements fall short on dealing with climate change challenges, such as flood management, water flow, and volume for hydrogeneration, agriculture, and human consumption, not to mention water quality. Even without climate change, water resources, particularly transboundary resources, are under threat. So water diplomacy, as Marina said, is about a mechanism for international cooperation to resolve disputes and solve disputes peacefully. But I think it's more than that. We've been talking yesterday about the human dimensions of science in water. And water diplomacy is really about those human aspects. It's more than water resource management. It also considers diverse viewpoints and values, ambiguity, and as we discussed yesterday, uncertainty. Tools of international affairs in water are numerous. I'm thinking about development assistance. In Canada, the feminist international assistance policy puts a premium on equality and gender equality. And when we consider that in water scarcity, the balance of the burden to collect water, store water, have water in the household falls to women. So considering equality in our development assistance is important. Development assistance can also help on a small scale as well as a large scale to build bridges. As ambassador to Tajikistan, I went to the border of Gorno-Badakhshan, right on the border with Afghanistan, and participated in a meeting of farmers from both sides of the border. Border crossing is very difficult, but we had a border market that we helped set up, and we brought in farmers from Afghanistan who right on that river required the river for irrigation. Initial seed money had given infrastructure funding for the farmers to build irrigation systems. And we were at the point of the project where they had to figure out a way to self-finance it. On one side of the river or the other side of the river, who would be responsible for maintaining it? It might be a Tajik farmer responsible for maintaining the irrigation that was sending water to the Afghan side of the border. And so those discussions were fascinating to witness. On the military side, humanitarian assistance and disaster response gives us an opportunity to contribute internationally to water resource management, particularly in times of crisis. Trade and investment, science and technology. We have technologies that can be used commercially or otherwise to support water management. And most importantly, people-to-people exchanges. Events like today, facilitating scholarships, facilitating scientific exchanges. These are key and critical parts of diplomacy and the tools of international relations. But today we're talking a little bit more about transboundary water, international law, rules, and negotiations that are bilateral, regional, multilateral, and international. In Tajikistan, I participated in a closing conference for the International Decade of Action on Water for Life from 2005 to 2015. A decade of action to put water on the agenda for international governments. That was superseded in 2018 by the International Decade for Action on Water for Sustainable Development. International law, such as the Water Convention, are key and fundamental components and foundations for cooperation on water issues. Regionally, transboundary water agreements are equally important. I had the opportunity to look at the Interstate Commission for Water Coordination of Central Asia, where a number of transboundary waters intersect the Central Asian states. Here in Vietnam, the Mekong River Commission plays an important role in managing water supplies. In both cases, it's interesting to note the imbalances between upstream and downstream countries and the issues with sharing of data, which I'll come back to. Bilaterally, there are also transboundary water agreements. Here, Canada is part of the International Joint Commission. And I think after the IPU and the Postal Union and maybe the ITU, the International Joint Commission is one of the oldest international organizations in the world, founded in 1907 by a treaty between Canada and the United States to manage 13 key transboundary waters. The commission is independent, set up by government, with commissioners appointed by both the government of Canada and the government of the United States, with experts, scientists, working side by side with policy makers. So, although it's independent, it isn't, as we talked about yesterday, the ivory tower of scientists working on their own. It brings scientists at the same table as community groups, First Nations groups, to try to come to solutions. It's not just a dispute resolution mechanism, although it's partly that. Any action on one of those 13 bodies of water must have approval of the IJC to move forward. But it also coordinates scientific research, makes recommendations for that research, and makes recommendations for how to improve water quality and even air quality in the water basins. So, given my experience in these three kinds of commissions, I wanted to just draw a few conclusions about what's been successful and what needs to be paid attention to. And I would throw it back to members of Parliament for your views on what actually is essential for making transboundary water commissions work. First, inclusion. All stakeholders, including the most marginalized, need to be involved in these bodies. In North America, in the Canadian-US case, this means giving special attention to First Nations, traditional landholders, and their concerns for their traditional waters. Two, it has to be independent, free from political interference. It has to be free to use data, make recommendations, even if those recommendations are not binding. Related to independence, it has to be transparent. The work of commissions cannot happen behind closed doors. It has to be science and fact-based and make that data available to the public. And this is key, something we talked about yesterday. National governments are not always keen to share hydrological data. Satellite data can compensate in some ways, and the more that we make that available to water commissions, to public, the better, because transparency of the data is key to make these things work. But I think I'll just close there, leaving with the question about what are the other aspects that we need to do to make sure that these transboundary water commissions are successful. And then finally, as Canada stands up further with water diplomacy, what more can Canada do to support? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. That was really, really great presentation. I want to open up the floor to anyone who wishes to make any questions. Yep. Mr. Amutike from Zambia.
Thank you very much for the thorough presentation. My name is Oliver Amutike. I'm a member of parliament from Zambia. As you can imagine, we do share water bodies and infrastructure related to water with our neighboring country, Zimbabwe. So it's not far-fetched to think that with the challenges in our neighboring countries, very soon we may start having conflict over water. Now, what what I want to find out is what can make this relationship, this transboundary relationship in terms of management of this water sustainable for both current use and future use, because we need to protect, as a country, Zambia, we need to protect ourselves from whatever our neighboring country can decide to do with that water. Recently, with the climate change, the impact of climate change, we've had shortage of water supply from the Kariba Dam. We've not been able to generate enough power, because as you know, in Zambia, we use hydroelectricity power. So we've not been able to generate that power because there were accusations that Zimbabwe has used more water than Zambia. It has used more water than what was allocated to them. So one can see that there are challenges in terms of management of these water bodies. So my question is, what can be done to ensure effective management of these water bodies, and also even the infrastructure that is shared between two countries? Thank you very much.
A great question, and I don't think I have a great answer. I think, there's a limit to how much the experience of the IJC between Canada and the US can be applied in other instances. We can learn some lessons about it and try to do that, but I think the critical piece is, as I said, transparency and putting the players together so they understand the full services that the river basin provides. And the flow of water, the quantity of water, the distribution of water may differ from country to country, but if we look at managing it at the basin level, you can start to understand that, okay, hydropower might be the service that basin is offered in one area. How do we then distribute the benefits of that and the costs equally amongst countries in the basin? Further downstream, irrigation might be the service that's most predominantly provided by that ecosystem, by the river basin. How does that then spin into benefits for others in the basin? Is it food supply that then becomes exported to the upstream countries, for example? And I think if we were able to sit down as governments, policy leaders, communities, to really take a look at the full services that the basin itself provides, we might be able to enter into a more rational negotiation of how to share those whole benefits as a starting point.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and I think it's really important to really assess the status of what's going on, what the situation is, and for that evidence-based work is so important. That's where science really comes in, and the importance of having really robust science on that. We have a question right here from one gentleman, and then we'll go to you, Honorable William.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ambassadors. Thank you for the very comprehensive and very thoughtful ideas and presentations. To my point of view, I see the multilateral regional water corporations. There are different challenges and gaps, including the lack of political views, the lack of financial resources, the inadequate legal framework, and also lack of data and informations, and also as the weak in institutional capacities. So as the ambassador mentioned that you have been devoted your time studying the rivers and waters in China and Asia. So can you give an opinion on the current and future progress of the different Mekong cooperation frameworks? You know that we have different kind of Mekong cooperation frameworks. I'm sure that Canada, you have paid a lot of attention to supporting the Mekong cooperation frameworks, especially the GMS, in terms of climate change and etc. But from your point of view and from your expertise, experience as a diplomatic professionals. Can you give ideas and recommendations for further developed and strengthen the regional Mekong cooperation framework? Thank you very much. I'm from Vietnam.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you raised the Mekong River. This is an example of where the services that the Mekong River provides us collectively need to be really fully understood. And it's in the Mekong Delta, one of the breadbaskets of the world, that we have to recognize is not just the heritage of Vietnam, but this is a source of food for the world. Vietnam's exports of rice are growing. But at the same time, that breadbasket or rice basket is under threat because of reduced changing flows to the river, unreliable flows, climate change, rising sea levels and saltwater incursion. So that's one example, I think, where the countries of the Mekong River Basin need to understand that maintaining that flow is giving back to them. It's giving back to the upstream countries. But those negotiations, you said, the political will to do that is not easy. I'm hoping that as food security becomes more of an issue, the threat becomes greater, that will create or spur the political will to take action for a more holistic, transboundary, multilateral approach to that. So from our part, for Canada, for example, we've been investing for over 20 years in the Mekong Delta to help farmers adapt to climate change and the other changes in the Mekong Delta region. Changing planting patterns, varieties of rice that are more adaptable to higher salinity levels, for example. Working and looking at alternatives, shrimp farming and rice farming. We've been working with Vietnamese experts in the government to ensure that adaptation happens. Mitigation is harder. But recognizing that, Canada is now exploring reinvesting in the Mekong River Commission, and we'll be coming to the governments in the region, including yours, to understand where should we be putting our money in the Commission, special projects, negotiation platforms. How is it that Canada can help make the Mekong River Commission more effective at what it's already doing? Because it is the big player in town. Relations with the upstream country are difficult, but if the commission is strong, its negotiation position will be strong as well. So we're ready to support.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to give the floor to Honorable William from the Seychelles.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everyone. I would like to congratulate the Ambassador for the presentation. I mean, very interesting. I mean, based from your experience, when you say that water should be a focus for diplomacy, in terms of looking at sustainable development, now it's about 26 years since the UN Convention on Water has been adopted. What is your position in regards to the progress or the status from across the globe in terms of water for sustainable development? And secondly, do you think that globally, in terms of education, we should be re-looking at the educational curriculum in terms of sustainable development, I mean, where we are right now? Because it looks like as if, based from where we started off to now, it's completely different. And we see that what we are teaching now, maybe it's not responding to the needs of today. I would like to have your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. For the first part of your question, I may refer to Remy because I think he's going to cover some of the UN Water Convention and progress toward implementation there as well. I would note this, though. in New York this month, there will be an SDG summit. We're halfway through the SDGs. And if my stats are right, we're making globally progress on 12%. 30% are flat or regressing. So the SDGs as a whole need a renewed focus. COVID-19 hasn't helped us. Rising tensions and conflicts haven't helped us. But this is a moment in human history where we have to take a hard look. If we're looking at defense of the rules-based international order, we also have to recognize that the SDGs are part of that order. This was a global commitment to make effort on these things. And the world needs to, we all need to step up and move more quickly. And I'm sure that Remy will agree on SDG 6 as well. We need to do more. But I think you've also really hit it on the head about education. I think all of our countries have, Canada included, difficulties with localizing our education systems. There's a famous movie, a book written in Canada about education in my home province of Saskatchewan called Who Shot the Teacher? And it's about a teacher from Toronto in the East who gets dropped into this rural area using textbooks from the East, not related to what the reality of the children he was teaching. But this is a lesson or a story, I think, that's common around the world. We need to do better on localizing our education. And for me, the water basin view of the world is a key example of that. How many of our children could say they know where the water falls, or if they dump something down the drain, where that's going? What river basin do they live in? Very few, I think, in many parts of the world. So localizing our education, understanding what the dynamics are around water in particular, I think should be a focus for education.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the Ambassador, Mokhtar, to ask a question.
Mr. Ambassador, it was a lovely and a very interesting, informative presentation, really. I have two questions. It's very clear that you're an expert in this field. And the people who are listening are parliamentarians. I would like to advise us, if there is already exists what we call the water diplomacy, but normally water diplomacy is done by people like you, governmental ambassadors, experts, Ministry of Agriculture, Water. What is your advice in our field for parliamentarian? Can we see a kind of parliamentary water diplomacy? Can parliamentarian help in that regard? This is number one. Number two, I have to admit that we have a great appreciation for Canada in its water diplomacy as a tool of solving conflicts and early detecting conflicts regarding water. I would like to understand, is there any policies or thinking for Canada to go to another zones, Africa for example? Is there any way that we can increase countries like Canada to work on that field? How can we do this? The last question. I loved what you said, that we are trying to push away conflicts of water. It gives hope. But do you really think so? We did our studies and we discovered that, we're trying to find any trick in the book or outside the book or outside the box to counter the notion of a conflict of water. I live in a country and in a basin that it is highly going to enter in the first big scale conflict of water. Although there are tendency to calm down things, but I know for sure that the next year we're gonna see a serious conflict. So I would like to say, what is the international mechanisms that can stop such conflicts We used to have a dream that, and this is the last thing, we used to have a dream that new water and cooperation in water technology, desalination, and all of those can ease the environment a little bit of confrontation. Can this be done, or do you think that this can help if countries like Israel, for example, can help with its technology in the region and to find another alternative source of water? And thank you very much again for a very very deep and very good lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mokhtar, for these great questions. I think, you know, I mentioned that there are mechanisms existing, right? These transboundary water commissions, but only in about, you know, half of the international river basins. It has to start somewhere. Parliamentarians can start these discussions in places where the mechanism for cooperation, negotiation doesn't exist. Parliamentarians can start it. It might not always be governments, it might not always be scientists that start those discussions, but I think if we were to look at where is there a need for support, bolstering, or creation of transboundary water commissions, I think parliamentarians could start that discussion. That's just one thought that I have. On Canada, I hear you loud and clear. And there are a few of us, myself included, I mentioned our ambassador to France, Stéphane Dion, who are suggesting that this domestic agency, the Canada Water Agency, should take on an international mandate, because we could provide an interdisciplinary team of technical assistants, diplomats and negotiators, technology companies, scientists, to help bring perspectives to regions of the world where there are water crises. And then in your third, so that's music to my ears, but we have a lot of work to do that in a comprehensive way. At the moment, it's piecemeal. We see opportunities to provide some development assistance project, but we don't come in with a full interdisciplinary team, which I think is required. And third, on conflict, I almost wonder if there's not international space or global space through UN Water or elsewhere to consider this same sort of interdisciplinary team to be looking at early warning signs and dispatching these interdisciplinary teams to look at possible solutions before conflict occurs. You know, we all have this understanding of rapid response to emergencies. When a flood hits or an earthquake hits, the world has gotten quite good through the Red Cross or through others at dispatching teams quickly to respond to those crises. But in the case of water, we can see these coming. We don't need to wait in some cases before conflict arises. Can we not have a mechanism to respond with interdisciplinary teams before conflict hits?
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Remy, who also wants to ask a question to the ambassador. I note that there are 2 questions in the audience. After Remy's presentation, we'll have lots of time for questions, so you can ask them then.
Thank you, Maureen, and thank you, Ambassador, for a fantastic presentation. My question is very brief. You are a rare diplomat that has a water background, and as somebody who works in that space, we're always trying to convey that water is political and needs political will, as expressed by our colleague from Vietnam. I'm just wondering, are there any strategies or methods to train diplomats to bring water to their attention as a political force for good?
Thanks, Remy. No, they're not. Not that I'm aware of, but there ought to be. But if I say water diplomacy as a discipline, but also ensuring that water is in our diplomacy, all of our measures that people are thinking about water should be part of the issue. It hasn't grabbed the headlines yet, the way that other issues have. So if I think about human rights, well, we have a discipline of training for human rights, for diplomats working in human rights. We have a discipline for training on gender issues. We should be looking at a discipline for training on water issues to make water diplomacy really real.
Perfect. That was a really insightful response as well, and a really good question, I think. And I think underpins just how lucky we are to have these two speakers with us today. So thank you. Remy, I give the floor to you for your presentation.
Oh, that's me.
Thank you, everybody. And just while we wait for my presentation to load, I again want to reiterate my thanks to the Interparliamentary Union and Ambassador Omar and his colleagues for their ongoing collaboration with the Water Convention. I'd also like to say a sincere thanks to ICISE for generously hosting us here, and also to the Ambassador and Marine for a fantastic session so far. So I'm going to be talking, the discussions already have been fantastic, and I'm going to build upon what the Ambassador has said and some of the questions that have already been posed, and maybe draw some connections and linkages, and we can also, as we said, open the floor afterwards for questions. So the topic of my presentation is why is transboundary water cooperation important, which has already been addressed by the Ambassador. What work is the Water Convention doing on this, and how parliamentarians can play an important role. So water resources are essentially transboundary, and as the Ambassador said, 40% of the world's population resides in 275 transboundary basins around the world, and we have an SDG target to implement integrated water resources management at all levels, including through transboundary cooperation as appropriate. And it was interesting yesterday that Carlos mentioned that the majority of humanity over history has settled and resided and relied upon these transboundary basins, and we don't need to look any further than the country that we're in, as expressed by our colleagues, that the Mekong River is one of those great transboundary rivers of the world, which people rely upon for their daily livelihoods. So why is transboundary water cooperation a global issue in need of accelerated action? One, water is critical to progressing the Sustainable Development Goals, as expressed by the Ambassador. It is also key to addressing the water crises and advancing the 2030 agenda. Even where populations are not directly situated within a transboundary basin or lake or aquifer, they are often reliant upon the goods and services provided therein, as provided by the example of Vietnam being the rice basket of the region and the exports there that people rely upon outside of the country. Transboundary water cooperation is also increasingly being recognised as a driver of peace and conflict prevention. One needs look no further than the Global High-Level Panel on Water and Peace and its report that was delivered several years ago. Also, transboundary cooperation in adaptation to climate change is necessary. We're seeing the exacerbation of impacts on water through climate change, and that will hopefully prevent the possible negative effects of unilateral adaptation measures, and that's crucial for joint management of shared waters. The management of groundwater is something that is increasingly on everybody's radar because it is a hidden resource, so to speak, and that is becoming a lot higher on the global agenda. And there was a summit in Paris last year hosted by UNESCO, which focused specifically on the issue of groundwater and also transboundary groundwater. Cooperative arrangements, as we've heard, there are cooperative arrangements in place around the world, but also often these are lacking or too weak to deal with the growing water-related challenges, which was a question posed by our esteemed Vietnamese colleague here before regarding different aspects of transboundary cooperation. And then the final point there is that the global water conventions are powerful tools to promote and advance transboundary cooperation, as I'll go into throughout my presentation. So this is just to note for those that aren't already aware, but there is in the advancement of SDG target 6.5 on integrated water resources management, there is also an indicator 6.5.2 which measures transboundary water cooperation. And there have been 2 cycles of national reporting already, and we are currently in the 3rd cycle of national reporting on this. And the results are clear, is that we are not on track. As relayed by the Ambassador, we are not on track. Only 24 countries report that all of their transboundary surface waters and groundwaters are covered by an operational arrangement. And when we say operational arrangement, we're talking about an agreement in place and an active institution to operationalise the provisions of those agreements. So progress must be accelerated all across the world. We are at the halfway point of the International Decade of Action on Water, and so what we saw earlier this year was the first UN conference specifically on water in almost 50 years. And the outcomes related to transboundary waters were clear from that conference. There was a high visibility for transboundary water cooperation, with more than 70 countries mentioning it in their plenary statements, also mentioning the importance of the Water Convention to advance that agenda, several commitments on transboundary water cooperation, and also the Water Convention itself. We witnessed 2 new parties, one from Iraq, became the first party from the Middle East to join the Water Convention, and also Nigeria, and 20 other countries from various regions expressing their intention to become a party to the convention. And also the Secretary General urged countries to fully implement and accede to these conventions. But despite this, global data, as we've just seen, suggests that transboundary water cooperation is still off track and needs to be accelerated. Given that we are in Vietnam and we have a lot of our Vietnamese colleagues here, I wanted to focus it on the SDG 6.5.2 results for the Mekong River Commission countries. That is to say that, as you can see there, several countries, and I'm pleased to say that Vietnam has provided its response in the first 2 reporting cycles of this indicator, and is currently also, from my colleagues' communication, in the process of finalising their 3rd report, which is fantastic. And as you can see there, the coverage on rivers and lakes and the covers on aquifers, there is a great disparity. Aquifers are very much in need of some kind of agreement and also operational arrangement to effectively manage those resources. So what are the key areas to accelerate progress on transboundary water cooperation? So we need to build political will, we need to address data gaps, we need to strengthen legal frameworks, we need to upscale capacity development, we need to leverage and mobilise expertise, and that is all going towards the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework, because water is lagging very much behind. So when we talk about these legal frameworks for transboundary water cooperation, what are we talking about? And this is just a very brief diagram to show you that these agreements operate at different scales, but they are also there to speak to one another. They do not operate in isolation, and they're also increasingly contextualized, as the Ambassador noted. You want to be more context specific to the situation as you go further down the chain. And I highlight there in green the agreements that Vietnam is a party to, because we're here in Vietnam, so I wanted to provide an example. So Vietnam is already a party to the 1997 Watercourses Convention, and was actually the 35th party which enabled entry into force, and that was in 2014. And also there, the Mekong River Agreement, which we all know that Vietnam is a party to as well. And there are some examples there from Africa and other parts of the world in terms of the different regional, basin, and also national level laws. And then the 1992 UN Water Convention, which I'm going to be talking about in more detail now. So the Water Convention, how does it work? It's a global legal framework to facilitate transboundary water cooperation. It's based on core international law principles. So do no harm, no significant harm to your neighbour, equitable and reasonable use of a shared resource, shared water resource, and the principle of cooperation. It takes into account other core principles. One of the key aspects of this convention is its institutional framework. It is a unique global platform at the global level under the umbrella of the United Nations to express your practices, to express your challenges on transboundary water cooperation, and to come together to talk about those shared experiences and to share best practices and address common problems. There is a program of work under the convention which is constantly implemented in 3-year cycles. I'm happy to note that from our esteemed colleague from Zambia, we have a program of work area on the development of agreements under the Water Convention, and actually Zambia is participating in that program of work area, and this goes to the point of strengthening legal agreements. So Zambia is actually in the process of accession to the Water Convention as we speak, and also they are in the process of developing an agreement with their neighbouring country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, on the Luapula River, which is a tributary of the Congo. And so they are, with the assistance of the Water Convention Secretariat, developing an agreement and an institutional framework for the joint management of that tributary. And that's an example where cooperation is being supported. As I said, there's this dynamic institutional framework under the convention. We have a meeting of the parties, as do other global conventions. I think one of the key aspects here again is that this is not a one-off meeting. This is not a one-off program of work area. This is a constant evolving program of work, and also these meetings are frequent and consistent, and they evolve with the needs of the parties, but also non-parties and academia and civil society addressing their concerns or sharing their best practices. And I was happy to note that we were very lucky to have Ambassador Omar speak at our working group on integrated water resources management quite recently and share the developments under the IPU on water security. So again, this is an example of engagement in the institutional framework of the convention. An example of some of the activities we provided and supported under the Water Convention. So we provide technical and political support. We support climate change adaptation. We identify and assess the benefits of cooperation. And I think this is key for parliamentarians. Being able to communicate the benefits of cooperation to your constituents will be crucial. And I think that's an area that we could potentially focus on. And intersectoral dialogues and assessments. We have a water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus approach. And also an area of work under that. We also have numerous tools and guidance documents that have been developed under the convention. I've placed a few of those documents just up the back there, so people please feel free to browse those and take them as you wish. And we are active worldwide. We're seeing increasing engagement and activities with the convention, and we are always open to countries and also other partners seeking to engage with us on particular transboundary water cooperation topics. As I said, there's growing momentum for accession to the Water Convention. Zambia, as I noted, is in the process of accession, and we are seeing that there is also Panama became the first country from Latin America quite recently. We also saw Iraq become the first country from the Middle East. So there is this growing momentum around transboundary water cooperation at the global level, and we encourage countries to fully accede to and implement the Water Convention as noted by the United Nations Secretary General, where he said, "I urge all member states to join and implement the United Nations Water Convention," and also some of our other esteemed high-level colleagues there calling for the same. How does the convention support transboundary water cooperation in terms of the benefits for being a party to the convention? I won't go into too much detail there other than to say that it provides this solid legal framework and the key core principles on which countries can then contextualize their own frameworks for their own basins. And the ambassador noted several different examples where countries and regions have elaborated these kind of regional or basin agreements and commissions, and the Water Convention provides that legal framework upon which those can be built. And we also provide support to countries on the various technical topics, as I noted before. One example I wanted to give is the concrete benefits for Senegal of joining the Water Convention. Their national water governance was improved. They gained also financing for particular transboundary water cooperation aspects. They also realised a project which was on the Senegalo-Mauritanian aquifer basin, and I've got a slide on that next. They also increased their visibility of their country on the global stage regarding transboundary water cooperation, and they hosted the 9th World Water Forum within that kind of remit. And also there was national implementation plan developed for water management with the support of the convention. As I said, this particular project I think is of note because of the hidden resource of groundwater, and noting that as a result of Senegal reporting on SDG indicator 6.5.2 and then becoming a party to the convention, there was this support for an identified gap in their transboundary water management on this shared aquifer basin. And so with the support of the convention and other partners, they have in 2021 at the 9th meeting of the parties of the convention adopted a ministerial declaration on joint management of that aquifer basin, and that project is ongoing. Upcoming events that we have under the convention, as I said, this is a dynamic institutional framework where we encourage participation by countries, parties, non-parties, academia, civil society, private sector, academia, all are welcome. And these are more often than not now hybrid, so it doesn't also mean travelling to Geneva for all of these meetings. You can join online, and there is a website there where you can see the events that are happening under the convention, and this is updated very frequently, and I encourage you to consult that webpage. I wanted to briefly talk about the ongoing engagement that we have in this region, because we are kindly hosted by Vietnam for this meeting. One aspect to highlight in green is the engagement that we have with Vietnam. So as you can see there is ongoing engagement with Vietnam on particular aspects, including capacity support. We've been supporting the revision of the national water laws in terms of the international water law principles that are contained in that, and I know that will be also an example that's talked about in the coming sessions. So let's get to the pointy end of why we're here talking about all of this. What are the opportunities, and what can parliamentarians do to engage more in transboundary water cooperation, and how can we support that? So there's just a number of points that we wanted to highlight, but they're there more to promote and provoke discussion. I think, as highlighted there in green, parliamentarians can support adopting water laws, codes, strategies, and that is already happening in the context of Vietnam. Parliamentarians can accelerate accession to the Water Convention. So when the Water Convention accession occurs in Zambia, which we hope it will do soon, that will go before the National Assembly, and that's where parliamentarians can share their voice on the need for such a convention to strengthen their country's transboundary water management. So that's just an example there. Suggestions for future engagement. Again, IPU could potentially identify champions in different regions willing to accede to the convention, and we could support that. We encourage participation in our meetings, as Ambassador Omar has done recently, and hopefully will continue to do. And then I've posed some questions there for the audience. How is water cooperation discussed in your parliaments? Does it come up frequently? If so, why? If not, why not? What are the best entry points to raise awareness? The SDGs, is that the best vehicle to raise awareness of water? Is it development? Is it peace? And what materials are interesting or needed to raise awareness? What kind of technical capacity documents could we support you with, and in what languages? Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Remy. That was a very insightful presentation. And come back up to the stage, and we can continue to take some questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to? We'll first go with Honourable William, and then we'll go to Mokhtar.
Hello.
I would like to thank Rennie for the wonderful presentation. Rennie, when I listened to the ambassador with the previous presentation, and then with regards to what the UN is doing, I would like to have your comment with regards to where I mean, UN is right now with the UN Convention on Water in terms of fencing off conflict with regards to the Water Transboundary Management or Commission. So do you think that apart from parliaments getting together, taking this issue as an important point of discussion, what more do you think that the UN can do in terms of seeing possible conflicts coming up? For example, this morning on the news I heard that Ethiopia is filling up the dam and is causing problems for Egypt. So what more do you think that can be done in terms of recognizing that possible conflicts coming on to minimizing it? So do you think that UN should be more involved in conflict resolutions? I mean, I would like to have your opinion on that. Because if nothing is being done, as you say, there are a lot of gaps. So what more can we do in terms of IPU and UN as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So I would firstly say that the United Nations and the Water Convention, again, and this links very well with the ambassador's comments, is to say that we encourage forums and frameworks such as basin commissions as the starting point for diplomatic negotiations over shared water. So in terms of conflict prevention, those ongoing negotiations that happen at the basin level are context specific to the countries. It's a trusted forum that has been established through an agreement and has an active institution in place generally. That is the encouraged first starting point for any kind of negotiations over shared waters. So first and foremost, we would encourage those negotiations to happen at the basin level or sub-basin level, whatever is appropriate for the context. In terms of conflict prevention, there are definitely some tools and agencies working on this aspect of water conflict prevention. I noted interestingly the UN colleague yesterday talking about that particular tool that they have, which is an online dashboard. I think that's a fantastic resource that can be used for that particular purpose. It may not actually predict when a conflict will occur, but as the ambassador said, it really requires an interdisciplinary approach, not just focused on water solely, but getting together experts on water security, diplomatic, geostrategic interests, food security, all of these different aspects together might be able to, and having those people in the room might be able to help with that kind of water conflict prediction. I will note under the Water Convention, we actually have a implementation committee. So specifically for the Water Convention, we have a committee whereby parties can submit particular issues for consideration by an eminent group of experts. So they're not only diplomats, they're scientists, they're engineers, and they sit together to provide advice to those countries on water management issues of implementation of the convention. And I can definitely note one example. So Albania and Montenegro came to the implementation committee with a challenging issue of small hydropower plants on a shared river, the Sjevenarsem River. And the implementation committee evaluated the facts and has assisted those two countries to come together to share data, to share information, and to work together on a joint solution to a shared challenge over transboundary water. So that's one example within the framework of the convention that we can talk about in terms of conflict prevention.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Hubert Julien Laferrière, President of the Committee on Middle East Questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marine, and thank you, Remy. Thank you, Ambassador, for your presentation. Obviously, water is a subject for diplomacy, for both United Nations diplomacy and parliamentarian diplomacy, and in a region in which many of us are committed, for the region of the Middle East. Israel and occupied territories have limited hydric resources. Both of them, and today, to deal with this shortage, Israel controls 97% of the water sources and water infrastructure in the occupied territories. I remember that Yitzhak Rabin had said, Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin had said that without an agreement on water, there will be no agreement between Israel and Palestine. So we see that in this region, water is a potential source of conflicts, but it also can be a peace worker. And I remember that many scientists and politicians had built projects on water to be part of the solution of peace between the Palestine and Israel. So, but for sure, because of the transparency issue, the problem of water shortage can be only solved with a regional framework. So it will be, I am sure, one of the big topic, big commitment that will be ours in the parliamentary mission that I will conduct in a few weeks on behalf of the committee of IPU on Middle East issues. But it's also, and I'd like to hear you about this, it's also, of course, an issue for United Nations regarding the resolution that are not respected in the region. Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on that comment. Thank you for the comment, and to say that actually recently we had a session at the Integrated Water Resources Management Working Group where an NGO, EcoPeace, spoke a little bit about this issue and what the activities that they are doing on it as well. So I think some of those materials are online, so we could possibly share those as well. But they were working on the particular issues you're talking about.
Thank you very much. I will go with I believe our Cambodian colleague. Sorry, just here. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I only have one question concerning about the function of MAC, because you have experience there. I know that the people of China upstream, they try to input in the higher power, so that dam construction development in the mainstream, that affect to the water flow and a lot of things related to the hydropower and dam construction, affect to downstream country. So my question, Canada ambassador say something they support MSC, but I didn't see about international support MSC in terms of the balance supply and demand energy. For example, how to replace the renewable from the other source of energy. For example, wind energy, solar energy, something like that. So by that way also we can policy dialogue upstream and downstream. If not, China keeps silent also continue dam construction and because the purpose of a higher power. So it is a lot of change in the downstream. So my question directly, how to support MSC concerning about balance supply and demand energy, so that if possible you have some direction how to reduce the higher power. By that way also we try to look for opportunity to reduce dam construction along the main river system. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And obviously this is a very topical issue within the region, and particularly for the Mekong River Commission and its member states. One thing I would say is that what we've seen through the Mekong River Commission, which I think is an innovative approach as well, is this cooperation with the Langchang Mekong cooperation mechanism for sharing of data. So I think that I highlighted that a little bit yesterday in terms of my question to the colleagues who are working on data, was that, you know, sharing of data, as the ambassador noted, is not always forthcoming between countries sharing transboundary water sources. But what I would like to highlight is that there has been very encouraging sharing of data between the Mekong River Commission, and they have a very elaborate system for measuring water within the sub-basin, so in the 4 countries of the Mekong River Commission. But there is a very much strengthened cooperation with the Langchang Mekong cooperation mechanism in terms of China sharing its data through that mechanism. So I think further investment in that cooperation would be crucial, and that's ongoing. And then obviously also I would say strengthening of the international obligations regarding the procedures for dam building and prior approval for those dams to be built. I think, again, the convention sets out the core legal frameworks and the core provisions, and again, that's something that potentially the Mekong River Commission countries could look at.
Wonderful, thank you very much, Remy. I will take the next question from Mr. Gabriel from Burkina Faso.
Merci bien, merci au présentateur. Je peux m'exprimer en français? Ok, merci. Donc, dans le cadre de la coopération régionale en matière...
Doucement, s'il vous plaît.
Donc, je disais, dans le cadre de la coopération régionale en matière de gestion d'eau, en Afrique de l'Ouest, il existe ce qu'on appelle l'autorité du bassin du Niger, qui coordonne un peu la gestion du fleuve Niger, notamment dans le cadre de l'amélioration de la résilience des écosystèmes du fleuve Niger et des populations vivant autour. Alors, j'ai une question. Comment l'autorité du bassin du Niger, notamment nos États, peuvent bénéficier de transferts de connaissances et de technologies auprès de pays, auprès de modèles de coopération plus avancés pour optimiser l'exploitation de la ressource eau dans la région? Je vous remercie.
Est-ce que je peux répondre en anglais ou en français?
Pas de problème, j'ai un traducteur.
If I got the question correctly, it's really about how the Niger Basin Authority can be supported in different technical aspects to improve water management for the basin countries. Is that correct, roughly? Yeah. Yeah. So one thing I would say is that the Niger Basin Authority is held up as a very great example of water cooperation within West Africa and also globally. So I think that's something to firstly note. The Water Convention is cooperating with Niger Basin Authority. So we do have cooperation on a number of technical topics, and also we cooperate with the Niger Basin countries. I would encourage the Basin Authority to engage more in the technical topics under the convention, so the water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus.
Ok, je disais, l'autorité du bassin du Niger est une organisation qui regroupe 9 pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest et qui œuvre dans la gestion de la ressource eau, notamment les eaux du fleuve du Niger. Son objectif, c'est d'améliorer la résilience des écosystèmes du fleuve Niger et des populations vivant aux alentours. La question est la suivante. Comment l'autorité du bassin peut bénéficier de transferts de connaissances et de technologies auprès de modèles de coopération plus avancés pour optimiser l'exploitation de la ressource eau dans la région? C'est bon?
C'est niveau interprétation qu'on a... C'est ça?
Ok.
Interpretation? Is that?
Ok. Donc, je reprends la question. Comment nos États, les États membres de l'autorité du bassin du Niger, peuvent bénéficier de transferts
be able to transfer the technology. Well, the cooperation models around the world in order to optimize the use of the.
Merci encore pour les questions.
Je vous en prie.
I believe I understood it's about the transfer of technology and information for the benefit of the basin countries in the implementation of their water management strategies, essentially, and resources. So one aspect that I can highlight on this regard is that, so there are two aspects that I would highlight in terms of engagement with the convention. So in terms of the ways that the Water Convention could support the Niger Basin Authority in these particular elements. So we have the Working Group on Monitoring and Assessment, which is essentially about data exchange and technology for monitoring transboundary water resources. So we have this program of work on monitoring and assessment, which I would encourage the Niger Basin Authority and the basin countries to engage in. And we have an upcoming meeting, as I showed on the events. We have a meeting in October, which will be hybrid in nature, so countries and the basin authorities can join virtually. And that would be on the technology transfer aspect. In terms of financing, we have a program of work area on financing transboundary water cooperation. We also have a publication which talks about different models of financing transboundary water cooperation, specifically regarding water basin commissions, because more often than not, these are externally funded. They require project funding for their maintenance, and this publication goes into talking about how some of these basin commissions around the world can mobilise funding for their particular operational aspects, but also for some of the more technical aspects as well. So there are two particular areas that I would say could be engaged with.
Wonderful, thank you very much. We will take a question from Agnes Vadai at the back.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the two speakers for their very comprehensive approach, and rather asking a question as a parliamentarian, I would have a suggestion. Because we parliamentarians are responsible for solving the problems. Well, we see the problems of the world, but and here we are to talk about, you know, the best cases. So why don't we, either at IPU or you diplomats at the UN, try to find really the best legal solutions for the problems? I'll tell you what I mean here. For example, Danube Commission, which is regulating, you know, Danube throughout Europe, is a good solution. Of course, it was established in 1948, and if I remember correctly, from 1948 till 1989, well, there was a kind of Cold War between the members of this commission. Still, it was working. So I'm not saying that all these agreements, international agreements, regional agreements, give a solution to the problems what you have in Africa, what we have in South America, or what we have in here in the, for example, in the Mekong region. But there can be parts that are good. So there should be a searchable database, and there should be a constant possibility for members of parliament to exchange views among themselves about the emerging problems and the possible solutions. United Nations is establishing the framework, but it's the regional cooperation and the regional agreements that can solve the problem, because I don't want to offend, because I believe United Nations is the most important international organization for the globe, as it comprises almost everybody, but it's always creating the lowest common denominator. Why maybe at regional levels, countries would want to cooperate more intensively. So we should have some kind of, comprehensive, reliable database and a constant possibility for members of parliament to have an exchange of view so that they can have their legislation up to date. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this great comment, and I would support your views on the fact that regional and basin level cooperative frameworks are definitely the place to really hit the ground running in terms of these negotiations and cooperation. And I would just say that also, while we're here talking about peace, the Sava Basin Commission is actually a great example of cooperation, water for cooperation in a post-conflict situation. And the countries in that region came together after the troubles that they experienced, and they used water as a vehicle for cooperation in a post-conflict situation. And again, I think that's, we're talking about preventative water diplomacy, but there's also the fact that water can be a vehicle for cooperation in post-conflict situations as well.
Thank you very much, Remy, and we'll have Mr. Nguyen Kwan Han. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentations and the clear answer from some questions that you mentioned about regional corporations. That's extremely important, especially for Vietnam. As you know, that we have plenty of waters, yearly about 800 billion cubic meters through the country, but almost about nearly 70 of that was created from outside of Vietnam. Then if we don't have any kind of the committed regional cooperation agreement, then we can get a trouble in the future. Not right now. But anyway, I don't want to repeat the question that you clearly answered before, but I just want little bit wondered in your presentations you mentioned about the international water law. Then I don't know how that influence to the country laws. So if you could have some country like in Mekong region, for instance, must adapt from the international law, or maybe it's some kind like it could be used like mechanisms for the negotiation, communication between among the country, especially in that region. It's not equal for everyone. Like the ambassador mentioned earlier that there are some country exactly they focus on their benefit. It's normal, you know. Like in Laos or Cambodia or Thailand, they need to produce some electric hydropower to get income. Then whenever in downstream, like in Vietnam, we also keep food security, but we also get some benefit from agriculture. So to keep the balance. But in that case, I just want to know that if international law can interfere, can help that kind of mechanisms. The second thing, the second question is that with the law, the country, you know that we are adopting, is being adopted, the law, our law is adopted when we submitted to Parliament for the second, for the third time recently. But from my point of view, if we put everything, every kind of the water security inside one law, that could be complex and very complicated. And if then you have any experience to make it the laws clear, simple, but overall enough to make that the people can read it. It's not very, very difficult, very complicated for them. Like with the security, the lady mentioned yesterday that at least there are obtained 3 terms, like pollution, like enough, the quantity, and the equal use, and so on. And if we put everything kind there for one law, that could be very complex. So please comment on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Remy, would you like to, and Ambassador, if you have anything to add as well, Remy.
Thank you very much for the comments and questions. I'll address the second question first regarding national water laws. So one way that the Water Convention has been assisting Vietnam on the revisions of its national water law has been reviewing the water law for its inclusion or integration of international water law principles. Because we don't, at the Water Convention, we're focused on international water law in the sense of transboundary water cooperation. So we don't have specific recommendations for a country revising its national water laws, but what we were able to do in the context of Vietnam was to advise of whether, because Vietnam has international agreements that it is a party to for the shared water management, whether there was the integration fully of some of those international water law principles. So I think that's one thing. But I also know that on Vietnam's national water law revisions, that you have been consulting countries that have particular maybe good examples or good practices to support you in the revisions of your national water laws. So I know that Australia has been supporting Vietnam in that as well, and there are other, I think, partners who have been supporting Vietnam. So I don't necessarily have a particular recommendation, but I think the approach that Vietnam is taking to the revisions of its national water laws to make sure that they're streamlined and not overly complex, but also encompassing and adaptable to the changes that the country is going to experience in the future, that is already happening. So I think there can be a confidence there that that everybody who can practically assist is assisting. In terms of international water law practically assisting, again, I would say that the international legal principles on cooperation, on no significant harm, and on equitable and reasonable utilisation are set out very clearly in these global framework agreements. I mean, the United Nations Water Courses Convention clearly sets out procedures for prior notification, consultation and agreement on planned measures, such as hydropower dams. So the Water Courses Convention is quite clear on the obligations procedurally and also substantively on what's required for the prior approval, notification and consultation of those. And in regards to, say, water quality, equitable and reasonable utilisation, also dispute prevention, the Water Convention is also very clear, setting out different procedural measures that countries can take in that regard as well. And also on cooperation. Because cooperation as a substantive principle is very nice, but how is it implemented practically? And the Water Convention clearly sets out that countries should develop agreements and institutions for the joint management of shared waters, and Vietnam is already doing that. It is already a party to the Mekong River Commission. It's already a party to the Water Courses Convention, and so these are already practical measures that are taking place.
I would just add, I can't resist, Canada is working with the National Assembly right now, for example, on providing best practices on the new land law to ensure that the National Assembly has access to the Canadian example and others examples. And we're working now with the Ministry of Justice in Vietnam. Very early days, but considering further support on assisting Vietnam to ensure that domestic legislation is meeting its international commitments and obligations. So there's capacity building support that's out there, and it's members of Parliament who have the oversight of these legislative mechanisms, and working with the National Assembly through the IPU is a great option.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I will give the floor to Maurizio in the front.
Thank you. If I'm allowed, I would like to make a comment and to ask a question as a person totally ignorant in the matter. I learned this morning that there are a lot of initiatives, a lot of instruments also a lot of instruments to settle the problems when they arise. And I think, nonetheless, that there is a big difference between what Ambassador Stell said concerning some instruments like the Transboundary Water Convention, that Canada set up together with US or other partners, and what Hubert Julien Laferrière told us about the situation in the Middle East. And the difference, to my opinion, comes from the, let's say, the willingness, the goodwill of the countries who sit at the table to negotiate. And the question is to both you, and in particular to you from the UN, because this is related also to some criticisms that from time to time people make, maybe unjustifiably, on the effectiveness of the action of the UN. When you have this water convention to be implemented in an area, in a critical area, what do, you, the UN? What do the government do? What do the parliament do in order to, let's say, prepare the countries such that they could sit at the table with at least a little bit of goodwill to solve the problem?
Thank you again for the question. There is no one-size-fits-all, as we know, for this particular aspect of international water negotiations. I would cite one particular example would be Iraq. So Iraq has just become a party to the Water Convention, and they have specific requests around capacity for their transboundary waters. So the Water Convention cannot assist on all different projects and all different aspects of transboundary water cooperation, but we are working closely with Iraq officials to help them to understand the Water Convention's practical implementation and also what these provisions mean in practice, and to draw experiences from the different parties to the convention to bring them to an understanding of, in their transboundary water cooperation with their neighbouring states, how they can implement those and negotiate with those on an equal footing, and use the principles of the convention as a framework for coming together, for trust building, and for joint negotiations over those shared waters. And again, what we've seen over a long time is that transboundary water cooperation is a slow, long-term process, and this is something that we're embarking on with Iraq over a long-term view. So that's one particular example that I can provide to you of the Water Convention's assistance to a party to understand the different obligations of transboundary water cooperation under the convention, and then to assist them to come to the table with that understanding for joint management of their shared waters with their neighbouring states.
Yeah, I think I would just add, I mean, the complaint around the Central Asian Water Commission was all about, you can't trust the data. Yeah, there's an agreement in place to share hydrological data and flows, but nobody trusted it. You know, someone was not telling the truth, they're holding back more water than they say they are, and a lot of distrust. For me, part of the solution and what works in the Canada-US is it's radically transparent. There's no hiding from the data. It's available to everyone. The media's watching, you know, people are watching. So I kind of think it comes back to the science and the scientists, and are we enabling scientists in these places to produce and share the data amongst themselves, publish it where they can, to ensure that it's out there. Somebody used the term once about disinformation. Well, radical transparency is the answer to these things, and maybe that's part of the solution here. So really, I would encourage scientific work to be done, maybe encouraged by parliaments, that brings together all of the possible data. I mean, people pay attention to surface flows, but not aquifers. They pay attention to dams, but not non-point pollution, which also destroys water. So if we were to have, as I said before, a full understanding of the basin and what services it's providing, it would help us be on a better footing, I think, for understanding how to negotiate.
If I may, I'll just quickly, yes, of course. I want to make a quick point on both your presentations and the questions we've received thus far about the role of science, really, because in transboundary water cooperation and in water diplomacy. And science, we talk about the dialogue between science and politics, and that's extremely important, but it's also interdisciplinarity within the sciences, within the information that's being used for transboundary water cooperation, and how important that is to getting sustainable solutions for all involved. And Remy, you have a point?
I just wanted to add on to your point, Maureen, is that when we talk about science, we're not only talking about traditional science, but I think we need to also include, when I say traditional, also indigenous forms of knowledge as well in this conversation. And I would encourage, again, participation in the framework of the Water Convention on different technical aspects encourages indigenous participation, academia, NGOs. You know, we want these people at these forums to present on the different work that they're doing and to share challenges, best practices, to get people thinking outside of the box a little bit on what we've traditionally done.
Absolutely, and really emphasize the importance of involving all the stakeholders and making sure they all have a voice. Thank you very much. I saw the gentleman at the back, you had a question? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I think the problem of the transboundary issue, that's the conflict, what you say, and benefit between the upstream and downstream country. So could we thinking about the win-win solution and win-win initiative, and can we could we attain the win-win solution by using through the consulate agreement and negotiation, and could we apply it in the next future water convention? Yeah, that's my question.
So could you repeat the question again, just so that I hear it clearly?
Yeah, win-win solution between among the country in the basin. Yeah.
So if I gather the question correctly, you're looking for win-win
solution. Yeah, win-win measure.
Okay. Again, I keep coming back to these principles of international water law as a basis for cooperation and negotiation, and I think the aim of these global frameworks is to provide a framework for tailoring specific context-driven basin and regional frameworks to then, that's where the countries can come together to negotiate their win-win solutions, and that would be my response.
Thank you very much. We will go for a question from our colleague from Morocco.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Le Maroc étant un pays d'Afrique du Nord et de la région sahélo-saharienne, il est concerné par les défis climatiques que subit cette région du continent africain, en particulier les défis liés au stress hydrique. Donc ma question est d'ordre technique et juridique. Comment l'ONU conçoit l'encadrement juridique des conflits régionaux éventuels liés à la gestion des eaux transfrontalières d'un point de vue du droit international de l'eau? Merci.
Est-ce que vous pouvez juste répéter votre question?
Alors la question est comment l'ONU conçoit l'encadrement juridique des conflits régionaux éventuels liés à la gestion des eaux transfrontalières.
Rated by the United Nations.
Merci pour la question. So from the Water Convention perspective, we are engaged with countries in different regions of Africa on their international frameworks. One aspect that I haven't highlighted previously is that we are engaged with the economic communities in the different regions of Africa around their different water charters, their different water frameworks, and particularly on the aspect of water for peace. So that is one aspect where the Water Convention is working with, so say ECOWAS and ECAS on their water charters and their water directives. And that is one particular aspect that we're trying to inform and support them in their transboundary water cooperation directives amongst those member countries in those regions.
Thank you very much.
Can I follow up a question for Remy? You mentioned the Serbia-Montenegro case where the convention framework, under the framework support was provided. How is that referred? What is there a mechanism to refer a question to UN Water?
Thanks for the question, Ambassador. So that's Montenegro and Albania. So under the provisions of the Implementation Committee, a country can make a submission or a request for an advisory procedure. So there is a particular procedure that a country can go to on that, and that is generally submitted via an official letter. And then that is considered by the Implementation Committee on its merits and on the facts as to what is being requested of them. And then that follows a specific set of procedural provisions under the Implementation Committee for how they would handle that. And there are different procedures that get triggered depending on what is being requested.
So we have one last question from Dennis Norton here at the front, and then we will close off the session. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I just want to thank both of the contributors this morning. I think it was a really excellent session. And just coming to Remy, and you gave the example of Iraq. I think it's a very good example of where things work and don't work and potential solutions. So the difficulty for the UN is the UN deals with governments. It's an intergovernmental organisation. It doesn't engage with parliaments. So Iraq has signed up to the convention, but it really only becomes effective when its neighbours sign up as well in terms of the transboundary issues. And there's an opportunity for the Interparliamentary Union to work with the neighbouring parliaments, to work with the neighbouring MPs, to explain to them the potential benefit for their constituents of actually signing up to the convention. So it benefits you in actually implementing the convention. And I think there is an opportunity for us as an outcome from this particular event to progress that, not just in Iraq, but in the other regions that we're speaking of. Thank you.
I fully agree. I think that's coming back to what parliamentarians can do to engage in this particular topic and to advance transboundary water cooperation. You've summed it up quite brilliantly, yes.
So we are going to take this this wonderful response and close on that. Thank you very much for all your questions. It was a pleasure hearing all of them. It was a pleasure hearing both of you speak. Thank you so very much.
Hello.
knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. with his memoir The First World Science Event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thử phương nguồn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. slide of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his Memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
Nous allons bientôt commencer, donc si vous pouvez prendre vos sièges et on va commencer dans 30 secondes. Okay, can you start or do you want to? Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. What do you want? A program, maybe? Just, I forget.
It was water security and human rights-based approach. What's your name? Thank you.
So we will be starting our session right now on the human rights-based approach to water security and peace, and I am very pleased to welcome our speaker for this session, who is Amanda Luffen next to me. She's the CEO of the Swiss NGO Human Right to Water, which is an NGO that works on supporting in terms of legislation on the human right to water. Over to you.
You can leave it somewhere here. Yeah, okay, I'll just leave it there. Hello, everyone. It's lovely to be here to talk to you all today. I did promise to talk about water security, so I thought before I give my slides, I'd just set the scene a little bit in terms of where we are in the world today with water security. And we're living in what's commonly seen as a triple crisis, with climate change, with COVID-19, and with the lack of progress on the SDGs, particularly SDG 6. So we're not on track on any of the SDGs, as far as I understand, but certainly not on SDG 6. If anything, we've gone backwards in the last few years. And with COVID-19, water is really needed to help with health and managing our hygiene. And with respect to climate change, the link with water is not really fully appreciated yet. I mean, it's clearly linked with floods, with water scarcity and so on, but we don't have a strong link in everybody's minds. And then additionally, we have fragile states with conflict and violence, and these affected countries have poorly managed resources. We have a need to foster inclusion in the water sector, which requires fundamental change in the way that we're doing things. And as the world is rapidly urbanizing, we have a much stronger need for well-managed sanitation, particularly in every area, but in urban centers in particular. And then in healthcare, the water, sanitation, hygiene, wash area is crucial for the defense of COVID-19. So in all, we need a more integrated long-term approach to strategies and solutions for managing our water. So I've been asked to give today a bit of an overview on the human rights-based approach to water management, or in particular the human rights to water and sanitation. I'm also going to cover the human right to a clean, safe and sustainable environment, as that is a relatively new human right that I think puts water resource management in a much more holistic framework. So just very briefly, Human Right to Water as an NGO, we have a vision which is pretty much the same as everyone else's in this room, I believe, that we'd like to see a world where all people realize the human rights to water and sanitation. But we do that in our mission through collecting, using, sharing knowledge on how the human rights to water and sanitation are integrated into law and policy and into practice, with a goal for particularly looking after the most vulnerable and marginalized. As an organization, we are primarily research-based. but we look at programs both in countries and with institutions and organizations. With organizations, we're looking at integrating the human rights-based approach, and we've also done a number of country programs looking at indicators for human rights to help with monitoring and integrating policies at a local level. And obviously we do a lot of work on advocacy and awareness. So the human right to water, in this drawing, it's right in the middle there. It's connected to all the other human rights, and all the human rights are essential and interlinked and equally important. So if you have a look at this graph, which is just very simple, it just shows the right to health, the right to life, the right to a healthy environment, the right to housing and food, and all of these covered by the right to dignity. The human rights to water and sanitation are binding under international law. They provide a duty to protect, respect, and fulfill these rights, and they require progressive realization. And if I can take some extracts from the comment number 15, which was one of the original documents on this, the human right to water entitles everyone to sufficient, safe, acceptable, physically acceptable, accessible, and affordable water for personal and domestic uses. Likewise with sanitation, but actually we're looking at something that's a little bit broader in terms of how we manage our waste, and it also needs to be safe and hygienic and providing privacy and dignity. But if you also look at the SDGs, it also needs to be managed in a way that is improved and good for the environment. Just a very brief overview of the history of how we've got to where we are today with SDG 6, starting with general comment number 15 in 2002, so more than 20 years ago now. The first writing was put down about the right to water. At that time, it was just the right to water. It has been subsequently approved through UNGA resolutions in 2010, and then the right to sanitation was recognized as a separate human right in 2015. The SDG agenda in 2015 also brought us SDG 6, and we did quite a bit of work on helping to develop some of the targets for that, which also support the human rights to water and sanitation. And then recently, in October 2021, there was another human right recognized for the clean, safe and healthy and sustainable environment. So I am taking this a bit back to basics. I'm assuming that human rights are a fairly new concept for a lot of people in the room. So I'm just going to walk through this systematically, but please, if you want to, just interrupt me if there's any questions that you have, and otherwise I'll keep going. So what does progressive realization mean? It's an obligation to make the progress to the maximum of available resources. So just because a country recognizes the human right to water doesn't mean that overnight they have to have achieved that. It's a progressive process, and you need to be making best efforts to make that happen. The duty bearer is not only the government, but also the water authorities and the national human rights institutions, parliamentarians, businesses and service providers, UN and development agencies, anyone who has a responsibility for helping to make sure that everybody's rights are protected and respected. And we're all rights holders. Civil society is the overall bracket, but actually we need to give special attention to the people who can't look after themselves, and those are the the marginalized and the vulnerable groups of people. And these are also recognized in international law through various covenants and treaties. And the most common ones that are recognized are women. Even though we aren't necessarily a vulnerable group, we can be in certain situations, and in some cultures women are marginalized and don't have the same say in decision making. Children and elderly and disabled often have health issues, or they're physically vulnerable. They're not able to access water in the same way. They need to have special consideration. And then we have other groups like migrants who are, or nomadic peoples, or homeless people who may not have a place to live, but still need to have access to drinking water and water for personal use, and toilets, and water for hand washing. And then another group that's recognized are indigenous peoples, and in many places they are they're given rights, but they may not be fully integrated into the general population. They often live on the land and have ancestral knowledge, so they are knowledgeable and a valuable group of people, as well as a group that's often marginalized because they don't go to the same places, and so therefore they're not sitting at the table for decision making. The human rights to water and sanitation are divided into two halves. The normative content, which is the easy to measure quantitative stuff, like quality, like accessibility and affordability, availability, acceptability. But then also the human rights-based approach, which is the procedural guarantees. And this HRBA, as it's called, can be applicable to anything. It's part of every human right, not just the right to water. And it's an important way of managing any development project to make sure that people are not being overlooked and that everybody's included in the process. So the principles of non-discrimination, access to information, public participation, accountability and sustainability are part of this international legal framework under the human rights to water and sanitation, and I'll be able to talk to you a bit more about that later on. So just as a quick overview on the accessibility, the normative content of the human rights to water and sanitation, there are guidelines either through General Comment 15 or through other general comments, but also through other UN agencies such as WHO that give guidelines on the amount of water or the cost of water. And so some of these minimums have been developed from different sources and also through the SDG targets now. So this is now a little bit, I would say, out of date, because under SDG 6.1, we want water to be in the household at an improved level, and people shouldn't have to walk for half an hour, and they shouldn't have to be outside of the home to access water and toilets. But this was the standard before that, and it's scary when you look at how many people actually don't have water in their homes. Availability is the amount of water per head that everybody is legally entitled to, and the guideline is 50 to 100 litres a day, which is a WHO minimum, which is much higher than the amount that a lot of African countries are able to provide per head, and much lower than the amount of water that developed countries in the north, where there's plenty of water, are actually consuming per head. But that's considered a basic minimum for human rights. And affordability is another interesting question, because people assume that because it's a human right it should be free, but actually water, the resource itself might be free in the ground, or wherever it's coming from, but the quality isn't there anymore, and it has to get from A to B. So there is a cost involved in getting that water to your house and in cleaning it. And so there is a cost to that, which should be commensurate with your overall cost of living. And the guideline here is about 3%, but it's a very vague guideline because it really depends on, you know, if you really have no money, then 3% of nothing is already nothing. So some people clearly can't afford to pay for water, but there will be people who can afford to pay more, a lot more than that. On the quality side, this is probably the biggest problem now. It's more important than the volume of water that's around in a lot of places. Water is scarce, but the water that is there is either salinated or contaminated and needs treating. And in some places, people don't understand that it's no longer good to drink because they've always drunk it. So there's an education required, and there's a need to treat that water before it can be drunk. And acceptability is about how the water is provided, how it tastes, how it's perceived. So it's not just making sure you have water. It needs to be in the way that's acceptable to you culturally, and also preserves dignity. Now, this is just on water, but actually the same 5 criteria also apply to sanitation. And if you have a look at those headings, they're not listed on this page, but accessibility for toilets means in your home, ideally, and privacy and dignity to make it acceptable. So from a safety point of view, there are, particularly for women, going outside of the home to go to the toilet is not acceptable. And also the quality in terms of sanitation deals with the waste and the treatment of the effluent, because if that effluent is going into our water resources, it's contaminating our drinking water. And that's where everything is brought together in terms of the human right to a healthy environment as well. So we need to think about the picture from a holistic point of view. So SDG 6, as I said earlier, captures most of the criteria of the human rights to water and sanitation. If I were to say the difference between the two, SDG 6 is a target, and it's something to aim towards, whereas the human rights to water and sanitation are something that we need to do. It's a legal requirement or a legal minimum that we're trying to embed in our system so that everybody has access. So it's kind of part of the way of getting to SDG 6. It also, just monitoring SDG 6 targets isn't enough, because if you get to 95%, you still have 5%, which are probably the most vulnerable people in your society without access to water. And that the human rights apply to everybody. So those people need to be looked after. And so we need to be looking after those people first. And if they are looked after, then all of our society is looked after. So SDG 6 is the target, and the human rights are a way of getting there. And they provide us with a policy and legal framework that we can integrate into our legal practices that will enable us to achieve the SDG targets. Looking to the human rights-based approach, which are the procedural principles. So these 5 principles, like I said, are transversal, and they can apply not only to the right to water and the right to sanitation, but also the right to a healthy environment. And we've done a study on this, which I'll talk to you about later in the presentation. But the 5 principles are fairly easy to understand in terms of non-discrimination. In other words, everybody should be included and nobody treated differently. Participation, we want to make sure that there's meaningful participation and that everyone has a right to participate in decision-making processes. Access to information means that the data is transparent and that you have the ability to access data that publicly in a way that's also easy for you to do and not necessarily so technical or so hidden that we can't access it. It also provides accountability if you have that transparency, and accountability means, well, in general terms means the responsibility for making sure that this happens, but actually to achieve that accountability you can set up systems in your policies and processes to enable people to give feedback, to integrate that feedback into designs of projects, and also to settle grievances and help people to feel involved and get buy-in, so that whatever project you're developing has more sustainability and ownership. And then on the sustainability side, we're looking at here, it's more on the environmental sustainability, which means that we want to look at the whole water resource, not just the little bit that we're going to drink, but we want to look at it for future generations, and how do we conserve our water resources in a way that enables them to be able to provide for everyone. So I'll just stop here and see if anyone would like to ask any questions about, that was the section on the technical side of the human rights to water and sanitation, and an introduction to the human rights-based approach. Before I go into the work we've done connecting that with the link to a healthy environment, do you have any specific questions? Yeah, a few. Go ahead, Hubert.
Thank you. I don't know if it's a good time to raise my question or if it's better to raise it after the second point, but I will try. Of course, these issues are so important for us parliamentarians, but it's also a question of the legal competences of local authorities, that depending on the level of decentralization, many cities have the legal competences to take care of water supplies, sanitation, which is a key issue for the health of the citizens of their territories. So, how do you say that? Next to what we can do as national governments and parliamentarians, the cooperation, the so-called decentralized cooperation, the cooperation between cities, is so important toward these issues. So I was just wondering if you've been working on how city-to-city cooperation can help to achieve the commitment that we have to take care together.
Yeah, if I can give you an example, we're currently working on human rights indicators, which are for monitoring and tracking how these human rights have been integrated. We've got a project at the moment in Central America, in the Trifino region, and another one in Kenya. And we basically map not just the national law, but also how that's been pulled down to local policy. And it may or may not be there. But then you also look at how they've given effect to that policy and what they've integrated locally. And then working with stakeholders, it's very important to bring the community into this discussion, along with the local government or the local council, whoever that might be. You then work through what are the really big problems for them, and come up with a list of human rights indicators that should be monitored, with responsibilities and budgets and so on, so that you can actually see that there is an improvement over time, and that you're able to move towards SDG 6. So it's not, I didn't say it was easy, but actually because you're dealing with an awful lot of information, but what you're trying to do is have a look at how national law has been managed locally and then provide indicators that can be tracked by the local government so that they can see what they need to do. So it gives that, because actually it's very overwhelming. There's so many problems, I don't know where to start. But if you can help them say, okay, well, these are the top 20 things you need to work on. You need to make sure that there are toilets in schools, for example, because none of your kids have running water in the school toilets, and the girls aren't going to school, and therefore you have other social issues going on. So that it depends on where you are in the world, obviously, in terms of what type of indicator might be, and it's going to be different in every country, in every local area. But generally in a country there will be similar indicators, and as parliamentarians I think it could be a way of helping local councils to integrate national law at local level by coming up with a set of, these are the things you need to monitor, they're human rights based, it's disaggregated by different vulnerable groups, and these are the ones that you care about because they're the ones that don't have water at the moment or don't have toilets, and it's a bit more practical.
Yeah. Just thank you. Just to make myself more specific, actually it's linked to your last point. It's really a question of capacity building of many cities, and specifically their department on water and sanitation, so that they can achieve, and they're really part of the achievement of the SDGs in this question, and many other actually SDGs, but specifically this SDG, the capacity building of the cities to achieve goals on water and sanitation. So it depends on city-to-city cooperation, as I just mentioned, but not only, of course, because the capacity building of the cities also is in the end of the national governments that should do more to help the capacity building in this perspective.
So the capacity building, in my view, is at various levels, and the most critical one is the fact that investment is not being attracted into the sector. But actually, if you can build the capacity of the utilities, that's going to be an immediate help, so that you're able to then do the monitoring and look after the people locally. So that is a big issue. Only something like 6% of global investment goes into water at the moment. It's not enough. And it's because of the risks and because there isn't a return, because people don't want to pay for water. So somehow we need to get past that paradigm. Mokhtar, did you want to ask another question, or have I answered all of it?
Thank you very much. I just want to give just an overview why we are looking at human rights here. The idea that IPU and ICISE trying to build a community of experts in water, a parliamentary community of experts in water, trying to build this network that can help in all water issues. I am pleased that finally we see the human rights of sustainable environment. I would like to, I was surprised also to see it, because I remember in this place 3 years ago, the head of the WMO, Mr. Michel Jarod, was saying that until now, sustainable environment is not considered yet as a human right principle. I would like you to talk a little bit more about this. And I would like to see the possibility in the cooperation that we can work together in providing a self-assessment kit for parliamentarians, for governments, to see how they are in compliance with this right. And if you please can bring back in your answer the slide of the human right, that will be amazing. Human right and multilateralism.
You want me to go back to
yes,
that slide?
and multilateralism.
The procedural principles or the
yes.
accessibility?
No, before this, the whole, before it, yes.
This one?
No,
the one of the human rights.
Yeah, the process, yeah.
Yes, the process. Because that would be very good for us if we can work together in this component, the component of human rights, to be provided to parliamentarians through either self-assessment kit, good practices, because in the end we would like to give the parliamentarian or the parliaments and the parliamentarians the science of water, the multilateral of water, SDGs and the convention, and the human rights of water, and then the parliamentary aspect and legislations that can govern and help in the implementation of the mentioned above. Thank you very much.
Well, maybe I can answer some of your questions in the second half, and then we can talk about something more specifically. So we started looking at how the right to a healthy environment could support the right to water as soon as it became obvious that it was becoming a human right. And I actually, this slide I developed for the Groundwater Summit in Paris last December, because groundwater is that connecting area between the environment and water for drinking. About, more than half of our water comes from groundwater globally, and people aren't really aware of what's happening under the ground because they can't see it and they don't know where it is or where it's going. Given that governments have a duty to protect, respect and fulfill the human right to water, they also need to think about what's under the ground and the environment that can support providing water for people. So we conducted a study in 16 countries looking at their national water laws, looking not just at water and sanitation, which is our normal methodology, but also integrating the healthy environment in the context of water resources. So the mapping looks at the whole water law in the country, from how it applies regional treaties and international law, what's in the constitution, and then how they've integrated the different criteria and principles of the human rights to water and sanitation. So as I mentioned, the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment was adopted in October 2021. And what's interesting in terms of what Mokhtar was just saying is that three-quarters of the countries in the world recognize and protect the right to a healthy environment, either through the constitution or through national laws or judicial decisions. And yet the right to water is only recognized in about a quarter of the countries. So this was my feeling that we could maybe get more traction around the right to water by looking at a bit more globally at the right to a healthy environment. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of a view of the methodology. You don't have to read all the words, but just so that you can see how we work. So just as an initial review, we compared general comment number 15 with the framework principles of the human right to a healthy environment, to have a look at how they compared and where there are overlaps. And so you can see the different principles on the left, and this is a several-page document, and how it matches up with the right to water. And there is a lot of overlap and a lot of complementarity between the two. And then based on that, we updated our methodology that we normally use. And these are the countries for reference that we included in the study. So there are a lot of African and Latin American countries, but also a few in the Asia Pacific. We're supported by pro bono legal support, mainly from White & Case, who are an international law firm, and we develop the methodology, and then they help us to populate the questionnaires, and then we review them through our expert committee. So it's sometimes dependent on where they have teams of lawyers that are able to help us. So we can't always do every country, but we gave them our wish list, and these were the ones that overlapped. The methodology that we use, which is our country legal mapping, now includes the right to a healthy environment where it is related to water. So we're not looking at air pollution, we're just looking at the water side of things. And just to give you a little excerpt on the questionnaire, it has the list of questions, which this is before we send it to the to the lawyers to fill out. And if you look at under the first question, availability, what laws or regulations ensure a minimum essential level of water is available to all? So we basically go through questions that we think are important as part of, in terms of how that human right is reflected in legislation in that country. This provides us with a 50-page document collecting the laws by criteria and principles of the human rights to water and sanitation and healthy environment. What can we do with this information? Well, as a start, we have like a summary page, or a dashboard that tells you roughly what's in the general structure of the water governance in that country, and whether or not they've recognized the right to water and the right to healthy environment in the constitution. In actual fact, in Honduras, they recognize the right to water and the right to sanitation, but not the right to a clean, safe, and healthy environment. It's one of the few that's the other way around. But you can also see from the color chart, we don't publish the numbers without permission from the country, but actually you can see that we are able to grade each section so that we can actually compare how the different countries are doing and which ones have done well in different areas, so that we can look at good practices. It's basically it's based on how many references in law there are. And then if you summarize some of the results that we got from this study, it's clear that water and sanitation is much lower visibility than the healthy environment. Many national governments don't see the importance of protecting these rights, at least in the Constitution. We're just going through a judicial review at the moment to countries that don't recognize it in the Constitution, because quite often there are cases where they do, and so we'll have that report out shortly. Can environmental protection be used to protect sources of water for drinking, was another question, and can safely managed sanitation and safe disposal of toilet waste support environmental goals? So these are the kind of questions that we're able to ask ourselves after the report. And if we look at the benchmarking, and this is what I wanted to draw your attention to, is that the areas where there is very little legislative inclusion in national law are under acceptability. Well, 3 out of those 4 areas, which were the low-scoring areas, are the human rights-based approach rather than the standards. Availability and accessibility is still pretty low at 40%, so that means that only 42% of the countries had legislation that really fully recognise that people need a minimum amount of water in their legislation. That's a shocking number to start with, because if you don't have it in your legislation, there's very little chance it's going to be happening at the local level. And then on the human rights-based approach, the participation and the non-discrimination laws are also only half there. So this is only interesting from a very overview kind of position. What you would want to do with these results then is to sit down bilaterally with the countries, go through the results with them and discuss where there are gaps, and look at other similar countries and how they've managed to use the legislation that could be transferable. And this is how the reports look when they're completed. We have extracts of the reference laws with reference to the documents where you can find them, so that as a publication and as a standalone publication, they're quite useful, and we do publish them on our websites. Once they've been fully reviewed. So about a third of the ones in this study have now been fully reviewed and can be found on our website if you want to have a look at the results. So in terms of environmental protection, I suppose these are some of the aspects to think about in terms of standards that protect healthy water bodies to maintain sustainable sources of water for drinking. Thinking about how groundwater sources might have a certain amount of water volume protected from extraction to ensure long-term sustainability. These are things that are very rarely considered. and regulations to control or monitor the quality of groundwater aquifers so that they don't become contaminated. Again, it's like an invisible underground water resource that people don't manage very well. I just want to draw your attention to a report that we've just published. We launched it at World Water Week. I've got a copy of the short version here, but on your desks, I put a few flyers with the QR code to the full report. It actually summarizes some of the inclusive decision-making principles from the 16-country study that we've just completed. So it's taking good practices from countries in each of the 3 regions, and under each of the headings, non-discrimination, participation, inclusivity, and so on, and said, here are some good practices that you can look at if you would like to see how this could be done if you feel like you need to strengthen the laws in your national frameworks. So that QR code that's on the leaflets that I threw around the room, or if you need to have a look at it, come to me. That in very simple terms comes up with one key recommendation for each of the 5 principles based on what we found in those reports. And they're a little bit obvious if you think about it, but under non-discrimination, there needs to be legal measures taken to protect vulnerable people. These are not normally included in legislation. It's amazing that it's absent at all, because it should be an obvious one. Under public participation, we're talking about meaningful participation of all relevant stakeholders. Needs to be actively encouraged through law and policy. And we're talking about water resource management now. So it's about what Sean was saying earlier on. In fact, inclusion is really important in transboundary water management anywhere. You need to make sure that you bring people to the table so that they can share their concerns, their knowledge, and they feel included, so that you come up with a more sustainable solution. And then for access to information, water resources should be, the data should be simple and easily accessible, and in a format that communities can access. It's no good putting it on the internet if people don't have access to the internet, but they might need to see what water quality there is, or what the water levels are, how much water they've got for irrigation, whatever the question might be. And accountability, so feedback mechanisms are only going to work if people feel like they have the freedom to speak honestly about how they feel, and that somebody will respond to that and do something about it without feeling scared that they're going to get into trouble for doing so. So those are processes that can be protected by law. And then lastly, under sustainability, there were some really good examples of nature-based solutions that can be considered as part of long-term strategy. They're the least expensive. They don't necessarily work quickly, but they work really well. And things like wetlands, forest land, those kind of investments can really help to improve water resources over the long term, and it needs to be given some kind of priority. So there are some examples in the document. So other potential uses for this data, I mean, apart from, my initial thought was, let's get people more interested in the right to water through the right to a healthy environment, definitely encourages interest. And I think it's a more acceptable way of getting investment into water resource management in a way that's maybe more acceptable to more people. It breaks silos between ministries. I think generally, well, quite often the Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of Water are in separate silos in the organisation of the government, and it's very difficult if you're trying to develop a WiFi Nexus project, if they're in different ministries and they're not talking to each other, it's almost impossible. So having some kind of legislation that enables that to be brought together is useful. And then the other thing is demonstration programs like pilot projects and human rights indicators. Like I mentioned, in Trifinio we have something, in Kenya Mexico as well. That kind of project is useful to demonstrate how this process can be used. And just on a local basis, we've been working with the ASEAN group of countries over the last 5 or 6 years. We were part of the 2017 consultation on the human rights to water and sanitation, where all 10 countries attended and confirmed their support. And as a result of that, we prompted a 10-country study looking at a simple version of our country legal mapping that each of the countries could do themselves. And that process is nearly finished. It got really held up by the pandemic. We have almost every country completed, and the next step on that is to then sit down with the countries and discuss what would they like to do with this information. They now have kind of an individual and a collective report on how the region is doing in terms of water and sanitation management, what legislation they have. My feeling was they wanted to sign up to say that they agreed with the human rights to water and sanitation, but then nothing was going to actually happen from that unless we did something proactive with them. So that was why we developed the country studies. So that's an example of something that could be done with this information. And then I tried to put together a roadmap for parliamentarians for you to have a think about in terms of what you individually could do. And Mokhtar also mentioned maybe having some kind of guideline, and that could include this. But I think in a very simple step-by-step process, you want to have a look at what you have today in terms of your baseline, what legal structure you have, what's included and what's missing. And that process we can help you with. Like I said, we have a lot of pro bono support. So we can actually do quite a lot without a lot of money. Then on stakeholder engagement, if you don't get people involved and telling you what they think the problem is, you're not going to bring them along, you're not going to get the inclusion and the buy-in that you need. You're also not going to understand the problem properly. So you need to work hand in hand with the analysis at the national and the local level and with local people. And then set up monitoring to look at which people are being left behind in terms of water and sanitation, so that you can actually encourage local councils to start working on the solutions. We also have a paper, a short policy paper on our website on indicators if you're interested. And thank you for listening. That's the end of my presentation. So I'm open to more questions. We can maybe talk more about the health, the right to a clean, safe, healthy and sustainable environment. They've made it a mouthful. And how that could be a useful way, I think, of parliamentarians being able, because in terms of persuading people to think about what they need to do for human rights, as parliamentarians you also have a job in terms of bringing the public along with what you think. And I think that the healthy environment is definitely a way to get interest with some people. With other people it will be they absolutely desperately need water, and that's what's going to get their interest. So you have to work the two things together. Yeah. Thank you, Dennis.
Thanks, Amanda, for the presentation. Could I ask you to go back to the last slide for a second? Can you go back?
Yeah.
Because I think this is a really useful slide for all of us, no matter where we come from in the world, because I don't think any country can tick all the boxes in relation to that, including my own country. But what would be really useful for us is to have a basic checklist of those three categories that we could then use in our own countries to see what the legal gap analysis is. Now, you're saying that you have done a simple mapping program with 10 countries. Now, that's far more extensive than the capacity of any individual parliamentarian or collection of parliamentarians. But is it possible to develop a simplified version of that parliamentarians could then use in their own countries to see, in terms of our baseline analysis, the legal gaps that are there in our legislation, in terms of stakeholder engagement, what are the basic requirements and are we achieving those, and again in terms of the monitoring. Is that possible or feasible to do something like that, which I think would be really useful in delivering on the goals that you've set out here? Thanks.
Well, yes, of course it is. The simpler you make it, the less disaggregated it is in terms of looking at different vulnerable groups. But the checklist itself could be simple, because you just need to list the groups that they need to be aware of. The stakeholder engagement part isn't a checklist, it's an activity. just to be clear on that. But actually you could have a checklist to say, right, have you gone out to local councils? Have they done a feedback of some kind of study or survey? Have they met with anyone? That sort of thing. Yeah, definitely we could make that quite simple. Yes, I think, are you helping me with this? Because I think we have Mr. Gnoyan, and then we have Remy and Colin. But you said there was something.
Ok, merci.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Kambire Bébé Albert. Je suis fonctionnaire parlementaire, conseiller donc en développement, environnement et développement durable, commission environnement. Alors, merci bien, Madame Amanda, pour cette brillante présentation qui met le doigt justement sur cette problématique de l'eau potable en lien avec les droits humains. J'ai beaucoup apprécié la présentation parce qu'effectivement, au niveau des pays du Sahel, particulièrement le Burkina Faso, le droit à l'eau potable a été constitutionnalisé. Donc, c'est une donnée de la Constitution. Les pouvoirs publics ont pris conscience effectivement de cette nécessité-là. Mais il faut dire aussi que il y a une problématique assez criarde au niveau donc des pays du Sahel, notamment au Burkina Faso, c'est que la plupart donc des citadins, de ceux qui vivent en ville, ont ce problème d'eau potable. Pire, il y a environ 80% de la population des villes qui vivent dans les bidonvilles, où effectivement ce problème d'eau potable se pose avec acuité. La question qui se pose de savoir comment effectivement prendre en charge ces populations vulnérables, assez précaires, pour des ressources en eau. Je crois qu'il y a un travail qui est fait au niveau du Burkina.
There's two sides to it always. There's the money and there's the legislation and how you then give effect to that. And my suggestion would be you need to monitor, like I mentioned earlier with the human rights indicators, to see who does and doesn't have the water. So clearly you haven't filled the gap with the 38 million or the investment that you have. And maybe you need to work with the community to understand how you could do that without investing more money. Maybe it's a case of getting people involved a little bit more to understand what they can do themselves as well. because quite often people don't realize that they don't realize what the human right means. They think that it should be given to them for free, and actually sometimes if you can work as a community, you can do a lot more with a little bit of money. Tomorrow I'm going to be talking with Dennis about citizen science and measuring water quality at the community level, and that is something that the government can support, that can actually make a really big difference, because then when you know what the pollution is, you can start to deal with it. It's not knowing, it's just saying, if you just think, oh, it's too difficult, then it becomes too difficult. But if you can find little things that you can do, it's always, it's more positive. So I know I feel like I'm repeating what I've said here, but I think the way to do it in Burkina, we have done some studies in Burkina Faso. What we haven't done is have a look at how that law is given effect to in terms of local policy, and what are the actual vulnerable groups that need protecting or need help. And that's something that could be done. I think it's a consultation with the communities themselves to understand what they need, and working with the local government at the same time. It is no silver bullet, obviously. You are going to need more money, but actually if you can show that you've got a really robust process that follows from legislation to local policy to a monitoring process, you're going to find it much easier to attract funding, because it's a safer risk for investment. I'm sorry, I can't give you a if I could give you the actual answer, the solve all the problems, I think everybody would have done it by now. Yes, so we had a couple of other hands up, and I've lost track now. I think we were down here, and these two gentlemen, and then Norbert, yeah, and Carlos. Okay.
Thank you, Amara, for your presentation. The human right, when we talk about human rights, it's good, always very human, or that. But like in Vietnam, so in our constitution, we also have one chapter for human rights, and in that chapter, clearly we mentioned that water access must be the one kind of the criteria. But actually, like a gentleman just mentioned, that sometimes it's not easy for the people, especially on the remote areas, like in mountain areas. In that case, so we have to put some like a target for the people living in the urban areas and the remote areas with the two different standards. So my question here that what is the point of view, the perspective that in that case, like in 2025, our target that 100% of the people in the urban area will supply the clean water, I mean drinking water, while the people in the rural area can be the 60%, the same standard. But for another, like we call hygienic waters, that means the water comes from the streams with the simple treatments, and the people can accept that. And what do you think that that acceptable or for human rights for the time being, or must be the same water standard for the own country? Thank you.
Yeah. So I think from a human rights point of view, everybody should be treated the same. But I understand the difficulties between cities and urban and rural communities. The basic minimum is that people should not be getting sick from the water that they're drinking. So if it's contaminated either with bacterial or with some kind of mineral like arsenic that's making them sick, then that needs to be resolved, because that is not right. You know, that needs to be resolved. But that doesn't mean that people can't be filtering the water themselves. It may be a case of educating and making awareness as well. So I think as a first step, the government needs to be monitoring the water to understand what the pollutants are, and then in order to make sure that everybody is safe as quickly as possible, educating people on what they need to do at the household level with a long-term investment plan to try and find a solution for treating the water. that's what I mean by progressive realization. It doesn't have to be done tomorrow, but as soon as you know that there is something that is actually not protecting somebody's human right to clean water, whether it's the fact that they're ignorant or the fact that they have pollutants in the water, you have a responsibility to educate them and do what you can to try and help them with whatever resources you can provide quickly. Yeah. So we had the next person was Colin and Remy. Yeah.
Thanks for your presentation, Amanda. I thought it was really helpful that you went back to basics in looking at the framework of respect, protect and fulfill that was elaborated in the General Comment 15, one of the first general comments of the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights that elaborated this framework, which now is recognized to apply to all types of human rights. I think that it's important to recognize that human rights are not just about whether a government is actively in violation of the right themselves, but it's also about protecting groups from violations by third parties, and as you mentioned, the fulfillment and also progressive realization of those rights. Obviously, environmental law is the most obvious area for a human rights-based approach and legal reforms to implement these human rights. But given the ways in which waste trafficking, pollution crime can affect the access to quality water and a clean, healthy and sustainable environment in general, what role do you see for criminal law in the fulfillment of the human rights framework? And then kind of secondly, just on behalf of UNODC, we have developed a legislative guide on waste trafficking. We'll soon embark on developing legislative guide on pollution crime. In your view, how should the international human rights framework inform that process of developing legislative guide on criminal law and the criminal laws of states? So two related questions about the relationship between human rights law and criminal law in the larger environmental context.
Yeah. I thank you for your question. I tend not to go down the criminal law route with the rights to water and sanitation, because we're trying to encourage good behavior rather than punishing bad behavior, because I don't know that that's always constructive. I'm not saying it never is, but then with the environment, and when you have clear violations of people's rights with mining or operations that are, providing a lot of effluent and pollutions into the river, then I think there is a case for that. It's not my area of expertise, so I'm not claiming to know, but I think that some of the work that can be done around ensuring the safety of water resources, like the water quality monitoring, like the citizen science work that we're going to talk about tomorrow, all of that can help to make a case for a violation like that. And then you need to know who to go to, because individuals aren't in a very strong position on their own, but they can go to the Human Rights Commission or the Ombudsman in their country, who would be able to, if they can see that there's clearly effluent being discharged into the water, as soon as you see that, you should be telling your ombudsman or your human rights whoever is the responsible party in your country. So yeah, I think you make a very good point that is going to be becoming more common, I think, because it's been ignored, hasn't it, in the past. There's been a lot of it kind of, oh, well, we just do that, that's what happens, rather than actually thinking about how do we maintain the quality of our water resources. Sorry, I didn't answer it fully. I sidestepped it, but thank you for bringing up the point. Remy, I think, was the next one to speak. Oh, he's just next door. Carlos and Noble, yeah. Okay, Remy.
Thank you, and thanks, Amanda, for your presentation. This is more of a comment, just to make the linkage with peaceful coexistence, and also to make a linkage to the previous session, is to note for those present that the Special Rapporteur on the human right to water and sanitation, I believe is actually in the process of drafting a report on the contribution of the human right to water in terms of preventative water diplomacy and peaceful relations over transboundary waters. So that's forthcoming, but that's just to note that in terms of parliamentarians making the argumentation to their constituents on the importance of the human right to water, and also in a transboundary context, how that might be contributing, that report should be forthcoming.
Thank you. That's a really good point. In fact, the theme for next year's World Water Day, World Toilet Day, UN World Water Development Report is also on water and peace. So I think next year is going to be a good year for pushing the agenda forward in general. Then we had Carlos, I think. And Norbert was next. Norbert afterwards. Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda, for your presentation. I want to emphasize the interdependent nature of human rights, also in the context of water, and raise a point that has not been addressed up to now in the conference, not only now, but in the previous sessions, which is the topic of consumption and consumption patterns. So human rights, in my view, are closely linked to equity and fairness, a fundamental pillar of dignity of human dignity is to be treated with fairness. And I wonder, in the case of water, I know in the case of energy consumption, for instance, recent reviews of scientific literature have shown that we could have good, decent living for everybody on Earth at half of the level of energy consumption, total energy consumption that we have today. So inequity is a fundamental factor for the total consumption. In the case of energy, this is already in the scientific literature. I wonder if I think that dimension is essential also in the case of water, because actually the cycles of water are local and global at the same time. They are obviously local, but we have seen in previous sessions about the aspect of transboundary water basins, but they are also global because the cycle of water is connected through atmospheric rivers, and this is why now increasingly water is considered as a global common good. So this question, I don't know if you have elements of response, but I would really encourage this audience, the whole conference, to address also this dimension of the patterns of consumption, which are, I guess, very unequal across the world. And of course, I'm not talking only about what we drink and what we use for sanitation. It's also virtual water. So the water that we are consuming, which is used in the production processes of what we eat and the things we use. And there is huge inequity. Some of the most fancy things that we use, like digital computers and digital artifacts, consume a huge amount of water to be produced. So, thank you.
Well, I think this is a much bigger issue than I'm just kind of protecting minimum rights for people through human rights. But actually the water footprint issue, the equity, the transboundary issue in terms of how much water goes to where, all of these issues are really important. I am involved in another project on the water footprint, and I think that as parliamentarians, you do need to get up to speed on this, because there is starting to be a lot of data now about what crops should be grown where and how to minimize water for irrigation in a country by selecting the type of crops you're going to grow because of the water footprint. And it's another way of, if you're looking at the total resource, it's another way of ensuring you've got more sustainable resources for the long term. So ignoring everybody else, and if you're just looking at your national situation, there is a case for looking at the water footprint of your current productivity in agriculture and other products and deciding whether it makes sense to be using all that water for those products or whether you should be making other products and letting somebody else make them. Those kind of decisions can be taken now, and I think over the next few years that information is going to be much more freely available. But it's good to bring it up as something that parliamentarians should be starting to think about, because from a national security, from a water security point of view, which is what we're talking about here, consumption of water is really going to affect your long-term ability to provide water for drinking, water for everything. Yeah. We had one more question before we close. I'm so sorry. Norbert's had his hand up for a long time. Do you want to speak? I'm going to translate, I think, just in case I panic, I can't understand him.
Bonjour madame, merci pour la parole.
Okay.
J'ai une petite question.
In your presentation, you touch upon one of the objectives of the HDG, saving, meaning that every citizen in the world from 2025 could be accessible to water, but now we coming 6 years that all 6-7 billion people in the world could be accessible to the clean waters. Thank you.
It's difficult. So the question was whether or not we've got time to, in the next 6 years, by the end of the 2030 agenda, to provide water to everybody accessibly in the world. And I think theoretically we could, but there needs to be a different attitude towards it. And what I was saying earlier about investment in water, it's just not, it's not happening, because not on a large scale at the moment. And it's because we have a concept that water has to be free and therefore there's no investment. But actually that doesn't need to be the case. We can think differently. We can bundle it with other resources and look at the Wi-Fi nexus and think about energy and water and see if there are ways of cross-subsidizing so that we can invest in water. But that thinking is not really happening at a large scale. So that's another hobby horse that I have. I'm working on something in that area as well. But from a human rights point of view, I know from your country's perspective, there just isn't enough water. It's not a case of whether it's good quality or not, there just isn't enough water. And that requires some big thinking, and I don't have the answer to that. I think there needs to be, there are technologies that can extract water from the air, but they're quite expensive. Whether or not that can be scaled up to bring the cost down, I don't know. So maybe there needs to be a reprioritization. I'm not sure of the agricultural production in your country, whether it's geared towards very water consumptive products. Maybe that's part of the solution. There could be ways that each country could have a look at it from their own perspective to see if they can find a way to make sure it should be feasible that everybody has access to clean drinking water by 2030. For the majority of countries, it's a quality issue, and that is so easily fixed. It can be fixed at the household level, it can be fixed at the infrastructure level. For the accessibility point of view, and referring to the discussion we had yesterday about people queuing up all day to get the little bit of water that's available, that doesn't sound right to me. I don't understand the situation well enough to be able to comment, but there probably needs to be some legislative changes to help that along as well, and some investment. We're meant to be closing, but if it's really, really quick, Mauricio, because I want to give the floor to Mokhtar to close. He's not going to speak? Okay, Mauricio, you go.
Again, as a person who is not, let's say, an expert in the field, I'm surprised, and as a scientist, sometimes I'm intrigued by numbers and worried by numbers. So I learned that water is a problem, which I can understand. Giving water of good quality is even a more difficult problem to solve. Giving, let's say, respecting human rights for water is even more difficult. But yesterday someone mentioned a number that worries me, which is that between now and 2050 we have to expect about 2 billion people more on the earth. How can you, let's say, how do you see these in terms of respecting the human rights if you are not able to respect them today?
It's clearly one of the really big crises we're facing in terms of population growth. And I think each country has a responsibility to be doing that long-term planning and thinking about where the water is going to come from. It will require changes in habits and investment and a different thinking about how we manage our water resources. It's not going to be fixed with one solution. Yeah, you're just raising a problem. I can't answer it. But it is a really big issue. Well, so are we finished for questions? Does anyone else want to close down, or shall I just say thank you, everybody? And is it lunchtime? I'll let you talk.
Thank you very much, Amanda. And we will now break for lunch, and we will be back. Let me just check. We will be back at 1:30. So, bon appétit. Really, really interesting.
First World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. The Torch of Knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his Memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. The Peace Memorial, the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. ổn định là chúng ta bắt đầu như lễ thắp đuốc khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the first World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình phổ cập ngọn đuốc khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. with his Memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school.
of Knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his Memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. The
the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
present our next session, Innovation in Water Technology for Water Security in the context of SDG 6. So I'd like to present our next speaker, who is Mr. Florian Thévenot, who is from, he's a consultant in UN Habitat on wastewater and waste quality. Okay. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So my background is in environmental science, and I will make the link between the SDG 6 and some water technologies that can be related to these SDG 6 indicators. So you are all familiar with the SDGs, and there is a goal dedicated to water that we used to mention since the beginning of this meeting. And we are working, we have a chance to have a coordination mechanism, which is UN Water, which is regrouping all the UN agencies working on this topic. And it's important also to mention that this SDG have been adopted by all UN member states. So some major difference between the former MDGs, the Millennium Development Goal, and the SDGs. The SDGs are country-led, the MDG were UN-led. They are relevant to all countries, while the MDG were focusing on low-income countries, and they should be monitored by national authority and not through household survey. These are the 8 SDG 6 targets that are needed to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, and you can see already behind that it's relying on technology. So these are the 12 SDG 6 indicators and the associated UN agency responsible for their monitoring. And if you are a bit familiar with UN framework, UN agency, and water monitoring, this framework, most of them were existing before. That's a joint monitoring program from WHO and UNICEF for access to drinking water and sanitation and hygiene. GEMSTAT from UNEP for water quality. FAO from Aquastat. UNEC for the water convention that we heard this morning for the 652. And last survey from WHO. So the purpose of these global indicators, which we have to build some national aggregates, are used to broadly track progress, to communicate the needs, and to ensure accountability. They should be used for policy and decision making at national level, and global indicator can be, of course, disaggregated and contextualized given the local context. They are complementary to national indicators so that they should not replace what is already existing. Typically for wastewater monitoring, I'm working on the SDG 631 on wastewater monitoring. Usually countries are monitoring the effluent compliance. It's not part of this indicator. So we just try to make something standardized that can be comparable and followed by most of the country. Just want also, with these 2 slides, to really explain what we are doing at UN Water all together. We just enter into the 3rd phase of the SDG 6 monitoring, and we started the 2020 data drive that is ongoing now. And at the beginning of next year, all the SDG 6 indicator will be updated, and we will publish SDG 6 indicator report in the middle of the year. Usually it's launched at the World Water Week in Stockholm in August. We are also conducting additional complementary activity that were asked by our donor on water basin disaggregation and on gender contextualization. For that, we are just doing some pilots. It's not part of the global monitoring, which have been adopted by the UN member state, but it's to show the importance and the power of this monitoring. So we will launch also some results early next year on gender contextualization and a bit later on water basin. we are also try to demonstrate the interlinkages between this indicator, which seems obvious when we look at them, but to show and to support them by data, it's a bit more complex. So at UN Water, we have the Technical Advisory Unit, the Strategic Advisory Group, which is giving us some recommendations that we are then discussing in the Steering Committee. We also have some external evaluation giving us some recommendation. Yes, I just also wanted to mention this country acceleration case studies. There was 3 countries last year, 3 additional ones this year. They are very useful to show country pathway to achieving accelerate progress on SDG 6. And if they are all available online, and you can see why this country were successful for which indicator and given some policy changes. And it's really to inspire also other countries by successful case study like that. The last one on the SDG 6 monitoring, which is really important to explain you how we proceed and how we work. So we are contacting all the national statistic offices, which are available from United Nations Statistic Division. And we are building and updating regularly a database for all what we call technical or indicator-specific focal point and overall focal point. These databases are available also for the countries. You can access it. And it's to communicate and to ask, typically for the data drive, the SDG 6 data. And we organize regular meetings with all the focal points to discuss the work, to analyze and use the data for integrated policy, planning and management. There is also some support available. There can be some workshops, a webinar, some call, and some support to explain all our methodology. And during the second part of the presentation, I will give you some example linking the SDG 6 indicator and the technology, some water technology. So first start with 6.1 on drinking water and 6.2 on sanitation and hygiene, which are monitored by WHO and UNICEF. Here I have reported something from my house. We are taking in Geneva, where we are taking the drinking water supply. And you can see already that there are 8 steps, I think, so 8 technological steps to supply drinking water. I have also reported a harvester from Morocco, which can be used to capture the water from the atmosphere. And it's better when the atmosphere is not too polluted, of course. We used to speak in this meeting about a desalination plant, which generally are using a lot of fossil fuel, and they are also discharging some brine, which means salt that can affect coastal ecosystem, people livelihood, and ecosystem services. So it's needed for many countries, but it cannot be seen as a panacea. I mean, there are some detrimental consequences. And of course, we need to mention also Internet of Things, smart water management system and advanced monitoring system using sensor, data analytics, learning algorithms to monitor water usage, detect leaks, and optimize water treatment process. There is huge revolution in this smart technology. Decentralized water system also, which can treat and distribute water on a smaller scale, close to where it is needed, instead of investing millions in big utility. This can really help utility and industry to reduce water losses, lower energy consumption, and improve water quality. Apart these very costly techniques, I just also wanted to mention this technique that has been developed by a small Swiss NGO, which is just using salt into water, and by electrolysis they are producing active chlorine, which can be used in emergency contexts, or when you have a natural disaster or refugee camp or cholera pandemic, for instance. Always just to mention that there are very developed and costly technique, but also low-cost technique. On sanitation, there was a paradigm shift from the MDG to the SDG, in the sense that we are not only looking at the improved sanitation, but we are considering all the sanitation chain, so the collection and the transport, and the safe treatment, disposal, or reuse. And in many places now we can see that wastewater treatment can generate, it's also important to mention that it's a source of greenhouse gases, but it can also generate electricity and of course treated water, which is an important economic resource, and it can participate to build a circular economy, and the end product can be in the form also of compost by mixing it with agricultural and organic waste. I just reported here this compendium, which is a fantastic reference which is presenting all the sanitation technology. It's done by the Swiss Federal Institute of Aquatic Science, and they also looked in different reports on the valorization of fecal pellets. So it's just fecal sludge that is dry and transformed into pellets, like the pellets, the wood pellets that we use for burning. And it has a high calorific capacity and can be used in furnace and in many other applications. Here is an example of compost from Haiti, where people have used dry fecal sludge mixed with agricultural waste, and it's distributed to farmers. And this is a natural-based solution. I think it's widely used here in Vietnam. So it's a succession of ponds, and in Vietnam typically it's used for aquaculture, so for the production of fish. And it's really important again to understand that wastewater can really be part of a circular economy model and provide financial benefits. The 631 on wastewater, which is, there are two subparts, one on the domestic from WHO and the other one from UN Habitat on total and industrial. I just took this image from Wikipedia to show the high number of technology that can be used to treat wastewater. Also important to mention by regard to the MDGs that people were during the last decade mostly focusing on domestic wastewater, but it's really important to focus also on industrial wastewater. It's much more difficult because of the lack of data disclosure, but the pollution can be much more detrimental for the environment and human health. And I was giving this example from Switzerland, where the parliamentarian has adopted a new tax to introduce a quaternary treatment in the major treatment plant, when we are now closing the small treatment plant and developing this additional treatment to capture micropollutants that are not treated by traditional treatment system. Just show you this example also from Sweden. It's a pilot. The system recovers biogas for vehicle fuel, nutrients for fertilizer production, pellets here, and I just showed before, concentrate sludge for agricultural application, and grey water for reused water. So this is typically the things that may happen, I hope, in the future, but for that we need adapted regulation and law to move from pilot to more widely extent of this kind of solution that can generate benefit, financial benefit. So the 632 is on the good ambient water quality. It's monitored by UNEP. So for that you have to monitor your surface water. And what is also really important is to make this data available, like through a dashboard or water quality management system, and to have this data available in a public access, so that the public can access to this data, which are fundamental for health. And as we discussed just this morning, I mean, it's mandatory also to have transparency and the data accessible. It has a cost because some technology are very expensive, like this one to analyze trace element, but without such a material, you cannot analyze heavy metal, which are really needed if you want to evaluate your water quality. So again, there is really a need for massive investment or collaboration for countries who cannot afford this kind of expensive material. 641, change in water use efficiency. It's monitored by FAO. So the aim is to move from traditional or conventional irrigation system to automated irrigation system and smart irrigation system with optimization and real-time control. Optimization, increased use of remote sensing technique, wireless communication system, and more versatile sectors. This is again a major revolution which can be used really to save money and which is demonstrating how efficient it is. It's important also to undertake exercise like water audit, estimating water footprint of the product, and differentiating between a key sector, agriculture, industry, and domestic. 642, also monitored by FAO. Freshwater withdrawal as a proportion of available freshwater resources. Here I have selected this scheme, which could seem complicated, but it's not, and it's more and more, we are using more and more, especially in legislation and regulation, the differentiation between blue water and green water. So on the left, you have no green water scarcity in the sense that just the water from precipitation is enough for the plant to grow, while on the right, you are also using green water, but also blue water. Blue water comes from the stream, lake, river, and they are widely used as irrigation. In that case, you are in a sustainable irrigation, but in this case, where you are also using environmental water requirement, you are in an unsustainable irrigation situation. And also now we are monitoring, and it's important part of the legislation to monitor the environmental water requirements, the environmental water flow that is needed for the ecosystem to survive and to produce their services. 651 is on the degree of IWRM, Integrated Water Resource Management implementation. It's also monitored by UNEP. Here I just reported a generic figure from the SDG 6, and I realized how water technology are important. Massive financing is needed to generate data and information through water technology. This also requires capacity development and innovation. Also good governance, and again for that we need laws, regulation and policy, because sometimes the former laws, the existing law, don't allow such innovation. I mean, you need to wait. For instance, in France, we are using less than 1% of wastewater treated, but the law was not there. And it's just this summer, given the very high temperature and low precipitation, that the government moved and will prepare a new regulation to encourage treated wastewater reuse. 652, we heard this morning from UNSC. It's monitored also by UNESCO on the proportion of transboundary basin area with an operational arrangement for water cooperation. Transboundary waters account for 60% of the world where freshwater flows. Cooperation over this water is essential for peace, sustainable development, and regional stability, as we discussed this morning. An operational agreement must meet 4 criteria: a joint body, typically a river basin organization, annual exchange of data and information, annual meeting between riparian countries at political or technical level, or both ideally, and joint objective or joint coordinate management plan. Finally, 661 on the change in the extent of water-related ecosystem over time. We had some, it's also monitored by UNEP, and we had some nice presentation yesterday because satellite imagery is widely used for this indicator. These 2 images are showing the severe die of mangrove along Australian northern coast here. It was due, in fact, to a strong El Niño event. This is a well-known shrinking of the Aral Sea, which is due to massive irrigation, and like I showed before, the fact that we are not only taking the green water, but also the blue water and the purple water, which is needed to maintain this ecosystem and sea level. And finally, also, some water quality can be inferred from Earth observation imagery, like turbidity distribution here from the Mekong Delta. It's all. I just wanted to encourage you to look at our website and to encourage your country to report, because we don't have so much reporting. It's quite challenging for us, and sometimes some reports are existing in your ministry, but they are not necessarily, the reporting is not necessarily institutionalized to national statistics offices and not necessarily reported to UN agencies. That's what we are working on, and every support, especially from parliamentarians, would be highly appreciated to improve the monitoring in the next coming years. Thank you very much. It's all from me. Any questions or remarks from the room? Small room. No, it was clear enough. Yes.
On one of the slides there, you had EWAG, the Compendium of Sanitary Systems and Technologies. Now, one of the things that we've heard consistently throughout today and yesterday here is that members of Parliament are looking for practical examples of solutions that work. And a compendium like this is very good in terms of sanitation. And in many parts of the world, sanitation is a really complex challenge, and as Amanda pointed out earlier on, if we don't manage that, we're polluting the water supplies in areas where there's limited water resources in the first place. My question is there a similar compendium in terms of water supply and treatment, either by EWAG or someone else, or UN Water? Because having that and having it publicly accessible, because this is a point I made earlier, the UN is accountable to member parliaments, not to citizens or members of parliament. So it has to be an open data source if it's to be beneficial to us.
I'm not sure. I don't think that there is such compendium, but I'm glad that you know it. It's really, it's translated, it's free, it's translated in many languages. There are also some massive open courses which are run by EAVAG. They are, I think, all available on YouTube for free. It's true that it's a bit technical, especially for parliamentarians, and that maybe needs an intermediary person to make the link between both. But what is great for EAVAG that they are working in so many countries, they have so many examples, and every solution has to be tailored to the local context, the financial, the governance, and there are many examples through the world. But it's true that going into this source of data might be a bit difficult for parliamentarians, but they can ask technical people or engineers to follow these online courses, and they are extremely well done. They are available in many languages and for free. So it's a great source. But for drinking water, I don't think so. Amanda, yeah.
So what you've described here are some of the really innovative technologies for managing sanitation waste, but they tend to be for remote areas or small communities or individual properties or small groups of properties, rather than large scale. And I'm just sort of, well, it's a comment rather than a question really. I think from the parliamentarian's point of view, they're looking for solutions to solve the problem for large numbers of people. Do you have any views on, or does your organization have any views on how you can scale this up so that it's available to a large number of areas, rather than building one great big wastewater treatment, which is generally the way that governments think, because they need to supply wastewater treatment for a million people. How do you scale up these small scale technologies, which are actually much more cost effective, but require a lot more local knowledge, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. Again, there is such a wide range of context and solution, but centralized system for densely urban area are needed. Severe system, I mean, even if people during so many, at least 10 years, are really focused on rural area and yes, what was monitored by the MDG, but we need severe. I mean, it's much more effective. And as human rights specialists, as you mentioned before, we cannot also leave rural population aside from that. But yes, there are plenty solutions. But again, it's depending on the finance, and you have to consider the monitoring and maintenance of this system. But severe and centralized system or semi-centralized system are really the best solution. It's not necessarily huge plants, but I mean, bringing severe to the population, especially to densely urban area, is the best effective way, I think, from a technological point of view and from the beneficial effect and the cost, and yeah, I think, I don't know if it answers.
First of all, thank you for your presentation, very interesting. Just want to know your views regards to advancement in terms of progress in technology available now in the market. So how do you see that with regards to the water security? How do, I mean, guarantee the human rights regards to water and sanitation? How do you see developments in the sector of new technology? Do you see, I mean, more interest now, or, I mean, are there more engagement by the private sector? And who's going to be the driver of it? I thank you.
Thank you for the question. No, I think it's a huge, in the coming years there should be. Again, I'm not an engineer, and I'm really working the last year on the monitoring, but we are organizing many meetings and webinars, and it's coming, and there is a huge demand. We are all suffering from climate change. It's really, it should increase this transition, and smart technology are also very impressive, the possibilities that can be done in the coming years. Of course, the difficulty, as you said, is to attract the private sector, especially on wastewater. People are more interested by drinking water than by wastewater, also because of the financial return, and they don't trust this investment, but it's mandatory. I mean, and it should be done by the government, and it will come sooner or later. But I think the pressure that we urgently see with climate change should really create the momentum, and also the SDG. But again, maybe what is needed is some community of practice to see what is, you know, to compare and to benchmarking to see, okay, they have adopted this solution, could it work for me? And I think that people really need to exchange between different countries and region in the same region and across the world. We see when we organize some webinar, people are really interested to compare what has been done by the other. And I think using smart technology, there will be a revolution which is really needed. But again, it needs law and regulation. You cannot, otherwise it's the pilot, and if you want to expand it and to develop it at national scale or even at local scale, you really need the support, the political support, and adapting regulation and law. It was mentioned by Mokhtar yesterday for desalinization that you don't need only the technology, but the legislation, which is also very challenging. Technology, it exists, I mean, but it has to be implemented, and you need finance, but you need also the backside that we don't see, but that is really needed to implement it, and sustainability, I think. Yeah. Marine.
Thank you, Florian, for your presentation. It was really, really enlightening. I wanted to ask in terms of what both, how parliamentarians can support the implementation of the SDG 6 and maybe in the financing of technology for water technologies, for example, and both ways how you can help them and how they can help you. So thank you.
Thank you. So it's really, I mean, it's a monitoring initiative. It shows that we really need data, and I was so surprised. I'm monitoring the 631 on wastewater, and it was very surprising, but we don't know, including in which country, how much water is used today. And if you want to adapt to climate change, it's surprising, but even in the richest country, we don't know how much water is used, how much water is treated. And as I said just before, we really need a new law, new regulation. I took the example of France, where wastewater is not reused because of the lack of legislation. I also mentioned Switzerland, where it's a parliamentarian who has voted and allows this new tax to improve wastewater treatment. And we are working with the ministry usually, and not with parliamentarians, but I'm sure that parliamentarians can be very, very useful, because the ministries, they used to change, as you know. Some people move from another position, some are retired, and I'm sure that I've discussed with a few of us, and they are really aware from their country about the progress, the situation. So it's important to your support for the law reform, for regulation, for promoting new technology and moving quickly, and also to institutionalize this monitoring. It's really, we used to say that we can't manage some things that we don't monitor, and we need to better monitor water to better manage it. And it's so crucial for the population and the citizens that I hope that. But it's very difficult with water and wastewater because it's a cross-sectorial issue, and it's a health issue. It's sometimes it's the Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Environment, sometimes it's the regulators, the Environmental Protection Agency, sometimes it's the Ministry of Industry. So from a parliamentary point of view, I think it will be really useful, some support to improve the coordination and to better institutionalize this aggregation of data at national level. Okay. Thank you.
Everyone, I just wanted to quickly jump in to say that we'll be having the visit to the museum soon. So we'll have just 5-10 minutes before we set off to the museum. Thank you. Maybe 15.
khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. commemorated the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. which memorized the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thủy phương nguồn lực khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. part of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his Memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây First World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi tung ngọn lửa khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. vị đại biểu ổn định và chúng ta rất là như lệ thắp đuốc khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ with his memoir The First World Science Event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn nhà khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. First World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Rất là First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi bùng ngọn lửa khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
quý vị đại biểu ổn định là chúng ta bắt đầu nghi lễ thắp đuốc khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ
Today I'm going to be the moderator of the last panel, which we plan to finish sharply and latest by 6 o'clock. Let me thank the organizers for the whole event and also for the visit to the museum. It was very fascinating, and I can say it was also very relaxing. Today we are going to deal in this panel with legislative best practices on the Mekong region and also on Australia and New Zealand, focusing on the cultural and spiritual values of water and the driver for transboundary conflict over water in the region. Our first speaker is going to be Dr. Ross Smith, Director of the Hydrobiology Group, who is going to intervene remotely via Zoom. Dr. Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and I'm actually going to try and share my screen in order to present, so bear with me while I try and get that up. But welcome to everybody, and very nice to see you remotely from Guyana. Can you confirm that my presentation is visible, please? Sorry, can you see the screen? Yes? Okay, thanks, Marie. So I'm going to present on non-financial values of water. And thank you very much to the IPU for inviting me to present this, and I hope that it provides everybody with some things to think about. Water disputes often focus on access to water. Water as a resource is such an important commodity for agriculture, for drinking, for industry and for transport, and these are all very important assets of water. The cold-hearted accounting for water quantities often fails to address other values of water and therefore can fail to resolve conflicts over water as a result. I've been privileged to work in many tropical countries around the world, including Vietnam, and each has their own challenges with water resources. So, for example, it's very early morning here in Georgetown in Guyana, which is a very low-lying city, and sea level rise is a critical water-related challenge here, but also drainage of water from the landscape, which is relatively low-lying. I'm going to use select examples to illustrate my point that other values of water matter, but I'm going to start with the country that I live in, Australia. Australia is the driest inhabited continent on Earth, and so it has very many water quantity challenges. It's a constant state of existence in Australia to manage our water resources. But nonetheless, Australia has a separate national water quality management framework because it recognises that the quality of water is a separate issue from the quantity of water, and without quality, the quantity is still a problem. And this is an intergovernmental agreement between states, territories and the federal government, because under the Australian Constitution, water and the environment is a state issue, not a national issue. Under the strategy, Australia and also New Zealand have co-developed a set of water quality guidelines. New Zealand joined in that practice because it saw the benefit of sharing resources with Australia in developing those guidelines. The guidelines are ratified by both national governments as well as the separate state and territory governments, and so far that ratification process has gone through 3 revisions. And I'm sure that the audience in this meeting will appreciate that that sort of intergovernmental level of agreement has required very substantial political will over managing the quality. So therefore, it's clearly important. And there is a link to the water quality guidelines, which if you get access to the presentation, I hope you can examine. Under the guidelines, there is recognition of what's called community values in this sequence. Aquatic ecosystems, managing water quality to protect the health, the biodiversity, the ecosystem services that aquatic ecosystems provide. And number two is culture and spiritual values, and this is particularly focused on culture and spiritual value of Indigenous peoples, but recognises that other cultural values exist. Drinking water, it might surprise you, is number three. Then industrial water usage, agricultural and other primary industries water usages, and finally recreational water and aesthetics. I've emphasised the first two, although that is the sequence that they're talked about in the guidelines, because it's true that if you protect those values, protection of the other values will follow. Aquatic ecosystems are more sensitive to the quality of water than humans are, and cultural and spiritual values are often connected to biodiversity, individual species and ecosystem form and function. I'm going to move on to another case study because my time is limited and talk about the Mekong, and I'm sure others are going to talk about the Mekong in this session. I've worked personally on environmental flows for hydropower in the Mekong catchment, for water quality risks for mining developments and for wind power developments on the south coast. The hydro projects were probably the most controversial of those. The major water issue that I became associated with to do with the wind power of southern Vietnam was exposed to me during examination of wind power developments in southern Vietnam. And this was due to the change in sediment delivery in the catchment. This is resulting in measurable land loss, and I'm sure others will talk about this point, but I'll just illustrate it visually a little. This is southern Vietnam just south of the delta of the Mekong in 1984, and this is it in 2020. Other than the resolution of the images, you might not see that there's been a great deal of change, but there has if we zoom in. I've put 3 pins on the coastline from 1984, and in 2020 you can see that the coastline has receded very dramatically from those points. That land loss is due to harvesting of water as a resource primarily for production of electricity, but also for other purposes by other countries in the catchment. That is capturing the sediment from the river, that's reducing the sediment delivery to the Mekong, and it means that the balance between sediment deposition, the edge of the land, and sediment being eroded into the sea. So that's another quality of water as a transport mechanism for the soil that brings us land, that brings us fertility to the landscape. And my final set of examples will be about culture and spiritual values, and I'll do that by case study examples and analogy. The Awan people of the western province of Papua New Guinea live in the area between the Upper Fly River and the Ok Tedi, which is a major tributary. Ok in their language means water. They believe that they are the descendants of a fish called bro. Bro left the waters of the Ok Tedi, came on land, and created the people to care for that land and to live in that land and prosper, and then returned to the water, and Bro still lives in the waters of the river, or at least he did. In the early 1980s, the Ok Tedi copper and gold mine started operations in the headwaters, releasing both tailings and waste rock into the river. This affected the aquatic ecosystem substantially, and I've published on those effects. One of the first fish lost from the system happened to be Bro. Bro grazes on algae, sediments from the mine removed its food. Many authors have said that the Arwen people have benefited financially and socioeconomically from the mine more than most of the other landowner groups in the regions. But they not only lost their way of life and had to adapt to the reality of the existence of the mine, they also lost their ancestor. Later I worked on the impacts of another mine on the fishes of the Watut River in Morabie province, to the east of Papua New Guinea. I worked with a man from Sapanda village, and he told me that his father was the last of his village to have seen the Mamabalong Malio, the eel mother spirit. Mamabalong Malio protected the environment, looked after the catchment and looked after the people in the catchment, but she would punish those who failed to protect the environment by sending floods. The eels in the river were her children, her messengers, and her gift to the people. There was very strong cultural and health associations with consumption of eel among the people of the Watut. But the mine that I was working for at the time, although it had waste containment, unlike Oktedi, development of it still put a lot of sediment into the river, just from road and mine construction in a very high rainfall area. Eels died and washed up in the river. Heavy rains and flooding caused delays to the mine construction and loss of so much sediment that eventually the lower river changed course by kilometres. More eels died. To this day, the mine has great difficulty with community relations, and many of the mine managers wonder why. My third example deals with the Kungarakan people of the Finniss River in the Northern Territory in Australia. And the area of concern is the site of the first uranium mine in Australia. It was mined by the government, not by a mining company, but by the government under the Official Secrets Act as Australia's contribution to the Cold War in the 1950s and 1960s. That uranium was not destined for power plants. The area is women's business for the Kungarakan, it's men's business to the Warai, and a hunting ground from Maranungu. So there are 3 tribes that regard that land as theirs. But for the Kungarakan, they liken the river to the bloodstream of the land, which they call country. It transmits health around country, it allows spiritual connection to country, and importantly, it's necessary in a ritual to introduce yourself to the ancestors when you arrive on country. But it is also more than all of that. One pool had a special power. If a woman gave birth there, she and her children were more likely to have good health. The waters of that pool had healing properties. They helped to prevent disease. Geologists in the 1950s found something else in that pool. They found an outcrop of uranium. In my experience across northern Australia, uranium deposits are generally regarded by traditional owners as being either sickness country or healing country. And generally that relates to the concentration of metals in the waters that have resulted from those uranium outcrops. Metals can give health or they can take it away. In this case, it seems to be sterilisation of the water was important. That pool is now a pit lake that was mined out in the 50s to the 70s. The government is committed to making the land safe for the traditional owners to live on again. Currently it is not due to residual radioactivity. The original pool is long gone, but critical to reaching agreement over the last 12 years on the rehabilitation plan to the site has been to agreeing to leave a lake where the pool was, so that at least there is water where the healing pool once was. All of these examples are really just to highlight that water is not just a commodity, it's not just a volume. It enriches our lands like in the Mekong. It enriches our appreciation of the landscape. I wonder how many of us in this room have chosen to holiday recently in a destination near water. It provides us with food, You're all in Vietnam. I hope you had great seafood for dinner last night. And Queen Yon was renowned for that. But it is also a source for spiritual connection and for uplift. Non-financial waters are as important or more important than the financial values of water. While difficult to discuss and potentially difficult to enunciate in a diplomatic discussion, these less tangible values of water can be primary drivers of disputes over water, or the primary underlying factors for why there is a dispute. We might talk about volumes, but often in our hearts we're feeling other things. Failing to consider them may be why you're left wondering why your diplomacy just failed. Discussions about allocation of water volumes in a dispute situation will often tend towards discussion of ownership. This megalitre is mine, I'll let you have that megalitre. But discussions of water quality, biodiversity of ecosystems, and of other values will tend towards discussion of stewardship. We must protect this, we need to consider that. I'm a scientist, I'm an aquatic ecologist, and I focus very much on the science of ecosystems in water, but my lived experience has taught me that while ecosystem services and ecosystems are important, biodiversity is certainly important, other values are important too. We just need to take time to listen to them. And I thank you for your time and attention to that.
One, two, okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Smith. And now we are continuing with the other participants, our panel. And after their little interventions, we are going to open the floor for questions. Our first speaker is going to be Dr. Well, please excuse me, Nguyen Van San. Is it all right? Okay. Professor from the University of Kanto. So the floor is yours, please.
So my name is San. This is also welcome all of you to listen my presentation. It is very easy to talk, but more discussion about Mekong Delta region, basin.
Okay, you speak there.
Sit level. Well, yeah. Yes. Okay. So I discussed with you about three main contains. The first, the water value of the Mekong River and Vietnam Mekong Delta, and the second one, challenge on the role for temporary conflict over water in the region and other Mekong River Commission, and finally, a possible solution by sea level of the water management for water security related to climate change impact in the Mekong Delta. That's we forgot 3 things. So I think all of you, the value of the water in Mekong River and Vietnam Mekong River, all of you have the information. We have the 6 countries located in the basin. And the second one, basin area along the land of mainstream and zero water volume, sediment amount and natural fish yield, support capacity, current population, ethnic group and biodiversity. The other information, we also have the Mekong River Basin, Upper Park. We divided by 2, Upper Park in China and Myanmar, but Lower Mekong River. We have Thailand, also 2 of our friends here, Cambodia and Vietnam and Laos. And some information of the also very is one of the richest river in the world. Maybe all of information you know already. Yeah. But when you come to the Mekong Delta, we could say consider large wetland with the rich biodiversity for food security and fishery reduction of Vietnam. Globalization, but also high vulnerable to change by climate change impact, and combined with the dam construction upstream. So the figure of Mekong Delta changed a lot in terms of the water boundary and also water security. And then because with the 8% of the basin of the Mekong River and 12% of the Vietnam land, but this region also contribute about 40% of natural arrow sector GDP. And the second one also the main rice production in Vietnam about produce around 50% and export 90%. Besides also 60% of total fishery output and 75% total fishery export value also the Mekong Delta. And other also very good in terms of the fruit tree, contribute about 70% of the nation. And other value, you know, because diversification of biome, so that we have many kind of the crop products for the market demand and tourism and other service. I mean, very potential for in the Mekong Delta for the food security, not only Vietnam, also for the world. And but now we come to the challenge. The first challenge concerning about the context, the background, you will see the global development and regional economic integration, and the third, development need an upper Mekong basin. So how the change, the role of the environmental change in the lower Mekong basin, this is one thing. That also related to the economic development, population role, and urbanization, rural urban migration. And third, the net also trend in land use, water use, atmosphere, biodiversity, and waste. And this is understanding development space and policy implications. The first, identify the need of different countries with their own economic development trajectory. And the second one, development scenario, taking into account individual and also cumulative impact, benefit sharing policy. So this is the context. And when you come to the Mekong Delta, also Dr. Smith, he just present something. But here we in terms of the social and policy, we could say the change of the pace of the Mekong Delta by land use change. For example, 1960 until 1976. The first, we could say the social adaptation to natural resource at the Mekong Delta. And then after Vietnam War, because we less of the right of food security, so the Thai from 1976 to around 1995, we exploit Mekong Delta by more development of the irrigation and rice production for food security. Also, we concentrate on the fishery, so that up in terms of the natural resource, especially forest, the deforestation. So now we face with the from the 2008 in the future we face with the climate change impact. So this is when we talk about Mekong Delta, we think about the history of the people there, so they adapt to the situation, the first natural condition, the second food security, and the last one also climate change impact. By that way, we're thinking how to identify the trend like that. And Mekong Delta also with the most vulnerable region by climate change impact, and also upper dam construction. So it means affect both sides, climate change impact and dam construction. Then because negative impact to lower basin and also Vietnam Mekong Delta, we can say the event in terms of the dam construction development, upper part Mekong Delta, and the second one also climate change impact, sea level rising, and the third inefficient of natural resource management in Mekong River Basin and also Mekong Delta. So we have three events. It is a cause also affect to the impact to the Mekong lower basin in terms of the hydropower and also socio-economic development chain of the water flow, and also reducing floods and also sediment deliver, and also chain of the ecosystem and also demand of more wet water because of the dam construction. And the second one, climate change, of course, rising the sea level chain of the hydrology regime. So in the water extremely weather impact, and also structural depletion of the lower basin in Mekong Delta. And also especially inefficiency of the natural resource use. So let's see uncoordinated water management among the country, that's also the one problem. This problem also land use planning and socio-economic development, each country also they have their own way. And the second one also singular sector implementation policy in terms of adapt to very negative impact for the Mekong, also the lower basin. So that also related impact of the Mekong Delta. I think Professor Thục and also our Dr. Wan, he knows about the information and he more detail about that. But I just build a system work in terms of the identifying all of above leading to the negative impact of the sustainable lower basin and Mekong Delta, and also creating community vulnerability, and also opportunity their livelihood improvement, particular for those who are living along the Mekong River for every country. So this is our idea, because we find that also difficult to do. But we think about the sea level of the water security, even though household level, community level, provincial, local level, sub-zone and Mekong zone, Mekong region, and national level and international level. By that way, also easy for us to organize how to connect together. In terms of the international agency, you come to Mekong Delta, you will see which level you want to work. And when you make intervention to the household level, what effect to the community level, and community level come to the local level, or something like that, hierarchy. So it's easier for our the same page to talk together when we classify like that. And then water security at the household level. The first, we identify what resource use and possible rainfall harvesting. This is a very big issue in terms of the rainfall harvesting at the household level, especially in Mekong Delta. Also in the west season, also very high rainfall distribution, more than 4 times I compare to the Australia. So that in terms of the traditional practice, the farmer or the people who are living the rural area, they know how to store some storage of the water in the wet season to use for dry season. But in economic and community livelihood improvement also based on the marine economy. But when we learn the model from the Australia, we could say can apply in Vietnam in terms of the harvesting, rainfall harvesting for in the wet season and used for dry season. This is one benefit to farmer. The second one, because use like that, it means let exploit the raw water. If it exploit more raw water, maybe some problem in terms of the Mekong Delta build out with And the second one, at the community level, we have, if the farmer who are still maintain the monoculture upright, we can also some technology we can apply to reduce the farming system cost and also reduce the GHG emission. For example, in Vietnam, we have some demonstration. We reduce the rice seed per hectare, and also fertilizer, pesticide use, and water irrigation, and both have weight loss, and also reduction of the GHG emission. So we calculate about result 1 year for 1 hectare, reducing around 10 to 11 ton carbon, and also save in the water around 45%. And also farmer benefit 10-15%. That is a very good model when we share the water. It's water security for the dry cultivation monoculture. Besides, also we also farming system diversification. For example, they combine between dry and fish, or dry and shrimp, or even though they practice root tree. Because you practice for root tree, it means you need the that's one way to storage of the water. So it means combine in terms of the household and community activity, also lean together in terms of the ecosystem practice, in terms of the saving water as well. And water security at provincial level, first, very important, we discussed a lot in terms of the ecosystem approach for socio-economic development. And the second one, application of the zone of water security at household and community level. And the third is very important is special planning and integrated sector based on the Mekong Delta planning. And implementation of projects related to issue of the responding climate change impact. That's also at the provincial level. And we come to the water security and subzones in the Mekong River. We combine in two very important policy. The one policy of the Ray 120, which means we change the thinking, not focus on rice for the food consumption. So now priority the fishery, and the second root tree, and the third rice, because monoculture of rice and also intensive rice for food security, we face a lot of environment, also farmer poor. This is the policy. And policy also combined with the law, blending law. Blending law means Vietnam parliamentary number 14, 2017. They have the 59 conditions for the blending. And blending like that, it means special blending and also integrated sector on the basis of the water security for sustainable development. That is very important policy approach. for the Mekong region. And by the law and also the degree like that, also they combine how in terms of ecosystem approach with the tree-man zone and also inside of the one-man zone of the tree, also classify sub-zone. By that way, it's the roving inside, also they try to link together in terms of the, I mentioned about the blending. And also reason of the application of the water security and livelihood improvement at the household and community and provincial level also involved in terms of the blending for the sub-region and also the region. So by that way also we consider about the water resource, also scare, also this is the basic and link to the social society and environment and economy so that we in the Mekong Delta blending 2030 and also 2050 long term. And then because actually when we did our thinking and blending, that depend on the project activity. So in the project, priority project, it means depend on the marketing and also provincial linkage for the sector or products. So we have the priority project, it means asking for investment and cooperation for the sustainable Mekong Delta development. So the level of the water security sub-zone and Mekong region zone hierarchy linked together. And also national security at the national level, we will say two things, the one, the policy improvement and also the policy dialogue and asking for international investment. The first, because institution and basic implementation spatial blending and integrated sector for sustainable development of Mekong Delta efficiency. And the second one also policy feedback on the basis of the efficiency output by the four level of the water security and livelihood improvement I mentioned already. And improvement of integrated sector by carrying out a project related to the water security and livelihood improvement efficiency. This is the first policy improvement. And the second one, policy dialogue and asking for international investment because you have the level of the water security and livelihood improvement. So that's easy to talk inside of Vietnam and also with the local and also the local authority and region. And now we talk to the Mekong River Commission in terms of the how sustainable development for it, water security for it level. This is very important policy dialogue. And the second one, global policy dialogue, look like we discussed today. I listen also very good information in terms of international thinking about hierarchy of the water security related to much intervention by the scientific by event for the policy, politics or something, or water transparency, something like that. I think a lot of benefit when we talk about the global policy dialogue related to the climate change, especially COP26 or something like that. So it means we can say the globalization in terms of the level number 5. And level number 6, water security at global level, rising issue. Very important rising issue in the policy debate in to the MHC, International Agency. It's the first because water transparency and completion of the water management scientific by event by transparency and also clear information for the policy debate of the hydropower by dam construction and climate change impact to social, economic and resource management, not only in Vietnam, Mekong Delta, but for the whole the country who are living in the basin. And the second one, because we know some information chain because of the hydrology power and dam construction related to change of the water flow. This is touch up a lot of unbalance of ecosystem for social economic development and also increase the vulnerability of the community livelihood. And the second one, reduction of the nutrition movement and also the sediment delivered to the downstream. That also increase erosion of the coastal line and also landslide as well. And then third, also reducing the fishery resource, and also waterway transportation in the river stream. And also at the global level, we say monitoring the case of Vietnam with 5 levels of water security and its lesson learned to feedback to the Mekong River Commission and other. And also the last, also I think we cannot say China should stop dam construction, because the reason why they develop the hydropower, but not only China, but some country down upstream think about that. But the third, also why we don't look for the opportunity of energy balance by replacement of the high power by the other renewable energy, such as wind energy, solar energy, biomass energy, etc. So that at least you maintain a balance between supply and demand energy by the others. No need for cost on the hydropower. That is also very good for the policy debate. And also because temporary water, for example, I see that I recognize also in Australia more water use in the Victoria, also more salinity intrusion in the island, one country. Even though in the United States, Mississippi River, more agriculture intensive and upstream, so we reduce lap, and also the fishery community in the Mexico Gulf problem, only one country. So Vietnam also we belong to the one river, temporary water, so very challenged and compared to the other. That's the reason why our team also asked the win-win inside the country, also difficult to win. But in case of the temporary within some countries belong to the water, also very difficult. So we look for the best way for the benefit for the whole. So that we have the value of the scientific information, and also if you do like that, also effect to the other like that. So the big voice will be better than the one voice to talk to the big guy, I think. Concluding remark, I have one approach for 6 level of water security, and the second one, special planning and integrated sector, very important in case of Vietnam. Now they apply. This is very good experience in terms of the special planning and integrated sector for the water management, water security. Vulnerability reduction, and look for opportunity for the community improvement for those who are living along the Mekong River. This is very important, not Vietnam and Cambodia, but for all. And raising the issue and policy dialogue by 6 level of water security should involve for activity MSC more effectively. MSC coordination of water security by 6 level also should be concerned. By that way we have the same way to talk together in terms of the sustainable development. Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you very much for this very detailed intervention. And our next speaker is going to be Dr. Tran Thuc, Chairman of Vietnam Association of Meteorology and Hydrology.
Good afternoon. I try to make my presentation short to save time for discussion. My presentation is on the Mekong River Basin and the transboundary issue on water resources. In that, I will very shortly introduce to you the Mekong River Basin. Secondly, the transboundary issue it faces. Thirdly, the cooperation among the riparian country. That is the Mekong River Agreement 1995. And finally, some remarks. The Mekong River Basin, it is originated from China. It flows through Myanmar, Laos, PDR, Cambodia, Vietnam, and finally it drains into the East Sea of Vietnam. It is the 12th longest river in the world. The 8th largest flow, the 31 largest by area. The population in the basin with Cambodia about 13.4, Laos PDR 6.2, Thailand 25.4, and Vietnam 19.8. Totally about 65 million people in the area. The flow contribution to the river as shown in the screen, you can read it. In that, I think Thailand contribute about 9%. Laos 23, and Vietnam a smaller portion. Yes. The transboundary issue including hydropower in China, mainstream and tributary hydropower in the lower Mekong River Basin. We say the area in China is upper Mekong River Basin, and the lower Mekong River Basin including Cambodia, Laos, and Thailand and Vietnam. Interbasin and intrabasin water diversion, irrigation, industry, domestic water use, deforestation, sand mining, climate change, and sea level rise. Of course, sea level rise is part of climate change. Hydropower in the Langkang in China, it's the Langkang River. There are 8 major projects, and in phase 2, about 9 projects. Mainstream hydropower in the lower Mekong River Basin, including Pak Pen, Luang Prabang, Sayaburi, etc. Sambo, 11 hydropower projects. Tributary hydropower a lot in Laos, PDR, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. It can divide into each country. Intrabasin diversion, there is an idea to diverse water in Thailand from Kok In Nam in Nam River, but that is only under study only. Ongoing diversion, Hua Lang, Chimun, Vaikor, including dam, channel, pump construction in 2016. Sand mining a lot along the river, including Laos, PDR, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. So the problem with sediment, we can imagine. The hydropower in the mainstream stop the sand. Then sand mining along the river. It made the sediment go to the delta, reduce. According to a study, it may reduce 96% in the future. Land cover change from 1997 to 2016, we can see from the image a lot of change of forest in the basin. The Mekong Delta in Vietnam, it faced 3 directions of impact. In the upstream side, flooding, drought, sediment reduction, as I mentioned earlier. From the seaside, coastal erosion, land subsidence, saltwater intrusion, sea level rise, and inside the delta, it also have the impact of extreme rainfall, flood, drought, overdevelopment of irrigation area, inflexible cultivation system. climate change is a big issue for the delta. Upstream dam and water transfer inside the delta also. It is estimated that if the sea level rise about 1 meter, about nearly 50% of the delta will be inundated. The cooperation among the 4 riparian countries, that is the 1995 Mekong Agreement. Agreement on the cooperation of the sustainable development of the Mekong River Basin. It was signed on the 5th April 1995. With the overall overview of the 1995 agreement for the policy, the key instrument, principle, the area cooperation. Some observation. The agreement is more than 23 years old, but some core aspects are still under development, such as the procedure are not yet fully implemented and integrated. Guidelines for transboundary environmental impact assessment have not yet been agreed. Prior consultation is still being improved. The preliminary design guidance is currently under review. So we can say that the agreement is still a work in progress. Or we can say the agreement was an agreement to agree. But a lot of things have been done through this. There are some assurance of the member country, there are political will that share data information, monitor and share data on the use of water, notify, plan and log water use, and discuss water use in the mainstream in the dry season. Man flow on the mainstream and monitor the water quality and notify water quality emergency. It takes about 18 years to formulate and now are still under development. So, but there is a direction to delegate power and function, provide opportunity to the MRC. It diverts the power to the from the member country to the council to the joint committee. So this provides an opportunity to address the challenges and emerging issues of the basin. There has been progress in developing the procedure such as the technical guidance, initial progress with rapid, the procedure for the maintenance of flow and mainstream, and water quality grew more difficult. I skip that. We all know that addressing water diplomacy issue only using technical solution is quite difficult. The physical rule, procedure and maintain flow on the mainstream, and procedure for water quality have focused on deriving threshold and define wet and dry season. It is a technical value or numeric value, so it is not easy task at all. The procedure on water use monitoring are not linked to the procedure of notification, prior consultation and agreement. The share data under the procedure of data and information exchange and sharing are regularly not reported on. So establish a numerical threshold or substantive commitment is quite difficult. That is why it takes 18 years to work on. The further challenges lie in the changing focus of attention. Sediment transport, sharing, dry season flow is also very difficult. This makes it difficult to accommodate tributary and cumulative impact. But anyhow, it is common of the subject. Significant impact, harmful effect, substantial damage have not been clarified. The substantive commitment to reasonable, equitable are not being elaborated. The transboundary public interest is not clear in EIA process. The issue of transboundary of prevent and citation of harmful effect, state responsibility for damage. But anyhow, the MRC is not unique in the world. In this area, there are many countries are struggling with establish the EIA guideline and understand to use the subject term. But there's opportunity for cooperation. Uptake of the procedure, encourage the momentum, integrate the procedure, learning the lesson, commentary of the principle, preliminary design guidance, EIA guideline. So on this, we provide an enabling environment to address the challenge. There are significant potential for going forward. The Mekong River Commission is now well placed to make a seminal contribution to water diplomacy between the developing nations that are Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam. There is an idea to have a holistic, practical approach for the MRCS. That is from the understanding of the agreement, the 5 procedure linking, commentary, MRCS procedure to join platform, and the support from global level. Some remark. There are a substantial level of cooperation is evident. There are a lot of work that the 4 countries have done and get the result. Joint project cover a range of water-related sectors. The prior consultation agreement are very good for the project, but further measures are needed. They are to improve the exchange of information and data, to improve water use monitoring, elevate cooperation in joint environmental monitoring effort, joint review of 5-year national water-related sector development plan, and joint overall planning of strategic development of the 4 member countries. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker today is going to be, well, Dr. Chao Nguyen Xua Guang. Was it all right? The Vice Director of Environment and Natural Resources Institute of the Vietnam National University. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank IPU and the organizer invite me for my presentation and join the meeting. So my presentation today with the title of the water security in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta, current, future, and adaptation strategy. The presentation concludes 3 parts. The first one, I will talk about the situation of the water resources in Mekong Delta. And the second one, I will present some of my consideration about the future water security in Mekong Delta. And the third one, also the last one, I will talk about some recommendations to improve for water security in Mekong Delta. Yeah. So let me start my presentation. The first one, I would like to introduce very briefly about the Vietnamese Mekong Delta. It's located in the south of Vietnam, and also the river mouth, the lowland of the river basin. So the total area about 40,000 square kilometer, and this is a flat area and also with the population about 17.4 million people, and the weather, the climate of the region is tropical climate. Yeah, Mekong Delta is very dynamic and a key economic region of Vietnam, and the region has abundant and diverse ecosystem, and it's also the main product of the region is agriculture and aquaculture. So water is very important resource in this region. It's very key resource in this region. So next, let me talk about the current status of water security. Water security, sorry. Yes, currently the water resources in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta threatened by some internal and external factors. The internal factor is including the anthropogenic activity, climate change, land subsidence, and erosion and sediment and land use intensification, and also groundwater attraction and wetland degradation. And the region also impacted from the upstream, like climate change, land use land cover change, and also dam development from the upstream area, and the sea level rise from the sea. So their factor, their threats puts water resource in VMD under threat. So let me show you some database evidence on how impact from upstream, downstream, and in situ to the water resource in the Mekong Delta. Yeah, you can see because of a lot of the dam has operated and under planning periods, and also climate change and also land use change has altered the inflow from upstream to Mekong Delta. So you can see the water level to upstream of the Mekong, the Vietnamese Mekong Delta has a downtrend, yeah, like this. It's from 1985 until 2020. Yeah, so you can see the trend of the water level is now is going up. Yeah, going down. Sorry. And the flooding area is reduced. Yeah, this color is the flooding area. So you can see by using the satellite data, we can make the conclusion that the flooding area is reduced and is narrow. Yeah, according to the time until this period, flooding very rarely. And from the downstream side, you can see the water level had the uptrend. So it increased water level. So it makes more salinity intrusion to the delta. Yeah, and it causes very severe impact on the agriculture and also human life in the Mekong Delta. And another thing, that's the in situ factor, that's the delta sinking. The delta sinking is make the delta, the urban area more flooding and also more salinity intrusion in Mekong Delta. And by using the SPI index, you see the standard precipitation index, we can indicate that the delta is more drought, more drought in recently, in recent time. Yeah, you can see the distribution of the drought area in the Mekong Delta. And by using the satellite data, we can conclude that the delta is higher to compare with the real time. So you can see it's very difficult for the water resources in Mekong Delta. And because of the industrial development and for the surface water pollution, it become big issue now in Mekong Delta. So until now, I can make a conclusion that water is vital for maintaining BMD's essential ecosystem and human life, but it has been changed rapidly recently due to the external and internal factor. So what is the future water security perspective? Yeah, based on recent research results in the research paper and also some climate change scenario and also research report, we can see that the driver that impact to Mekong Delta, for example, upstream dam is increased, water demand increase, climate change and sea level rise will be more and more in the future, and land subsidence also increase in the future, and extreme hydrological event, it may occur more frequently in the future. So you can see it will impact to the water in Mekong Delta. For example, the flooding is reduced, but it may increase in some case, for example, in an extreme event. And the drought is maybe more severe, and salinity is more severe, and water pollution also. So what should we conclude here? So I think in the future, water resources in BMD are more scarce, degraded, and uncertain in the future. So it makes the challenger for the ecosystem and also for the social and also for the human life in Mekong Delta. So what should, so you can see that water scarcity, water degradation, and the poor water infrastructure, because we have a very limited resource to develop the water infrastructure like dam or the storage water system, the channel, everything. So it makes the water in Mekong Delta become insecurity. And the question here, how we adapt to water insecurity in Mekong Delta in the future. So may I recommend some adaptation strategy for water security in the future. The first one, we should consider the content of the water resources in Mekong Delta. It's under the VUCA context. It means due to the human and climate impact to the water resource, so this situation is under the context that uncertainty is complexity and volatility and ambiguity. I call it VUCA. So how to adapt to the VUCA context? Yeah. So what are the effective adaptation strategies? Yeah. So let me suggest some strategy. The first one, we should think globally and act locally. And I think we should change inside, not change outside. Actually, we cannot change the water level, the sea level rise from downstream, and from upstream. Yeah, many dams will be constructed and operated in the future, and land use, land cover change, and water demand will be increased due to irrigation and for another purpose. So I think we should change inside, not expect it more about outside. And another one is very important. We should change mindset, not change climate. Climate is an issue very global. And we should use a flexibility approach and also interdisciplinary approach, because water resources is related to many sectors, many people, many stakeholders. So we need the disciplinary approach. And Another approach, I think we should approach based on the minimize risk by improving adaptation capacity and minimize exposure instead of mitigating hazard. Because we don't know how large of the hazard will be occurred in the future. We don't know because it depends on the weather, depends on extreme hydrological system. So from outside, we should improve our capacity and we should reduce the exposure. So it's my suggestion. And let me show you the framework for improving water security that I would like to recommend today. The first one, we should, based on the, you should improving a very good database system. Because it's very important to make the decision. If we use the wrong database, so you may get the wrong result. And then you make the wrong decision. So I think database very important. It looks like the background, the platform. And the legislation and governance, it looks like a roof of the house. So it show how we do and the way we go, the fast way we go. And we need to improve the infrastructure. It looks like the boiler of the house. And science and technology play very important role in improving water security because if not provide the methodology, the measure, it also play a neutral for the many debates among the stakeholders. And the human resource and financial is very important, and the cooperation and collaboration is also very important, and the community and stakeholder also very important to improve the water security in the VND. So I use the model of the house with the foundation and the roof and some pillar to suggest for the framework for improving water security in Mekong Delta. I think I suggest some key adaptation measures because of the water resources in Mekong Delta is largely threatened by the upstream and downstream. So I think strengthening water infrastructure for water supply, irrigation, and large-scale water storage and is very important. So I recommend for the large-scale water storage in Mekong Delta. And salinity control also very important. Yeah. So may I go directly to conclusion remark. The first one is the multi-threats are challenging water security, which will be more severe in the future. And a VUCA lens should be adopted to develop effective adaptation strategy to enhance water security. And the next one, minimizing risk strategy with flexibility measure and interdisciplinary approach should be applied. And water legislation should be improved to support water security promotion. Decision making should be based on robust scientific evidence. And data and water resource planning and operation sharing among Mekong countries is essential. And the time to stop with water-related disaster is closing soon. So that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now we have approximately 20 minutes with questions and answers. So now let me see who would like to ask a question. So I see three people altogether, okay? And I will give the floor to these three people, and then I will ask our panelists to answer to their questions briefly and concisely. So first, please, Dennis, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Agnes. I had the opportunity to visit the Mekong Delta last Saturday, and I've seen firsthand actually myself in terms of the issue regarding the water levels. And it surprised me that this agreement is in development for the last 23 years. And while there obviously is transboundary cooperation and there obviously is international engagement with it, it's not happening quickly enough and clearly needs to be expedited. So I think we as MPs should try and amplify the gravity of the current situation and call for accelerated action to prevent further growth of the problem, which could lead to a loss of half of the rice production area in the biggest growth area in the world for rice production. And I think, you know, it is a message that we need to take from Vietnam as MPs back to our own countries and to our colleagues at the Assembly in Angola later this year, because we have enough food crises around the world. We don't need another one, and cooperation here could go a long way to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you to the fantastic speakers. This topic is also very close to my heart, having lived in the Mekong Basin myself for 4 years and written about the Mekong Agreement and the countries that are party to it. I'm just wondering, Professor, I particularly enjoyed I enjoyed all the presentations, but particularly when you were talking about some of the areas for progress or that are still under development within the Mekong Agreement and the MRCS. Aspects that you referred to, such as prior notification, agreement and consultation on planned measures, the difference between the tributaries and the mainstream, and the mandate and the coverage of the Mekong River Agreement in that regards. Also definitions of equitable and reasonable utilisation and transboundary harm. These are aspects that are clearly defined in the global conventions. They're clearly defined in the 1997 Watercourses Convention, and they're clearly defined in the UN 1992 Water Convention. A lot has been written about potentially adding value to the Mekong Agreement with an overlay of these global conventions. And I'm just wondering, in your opinion, would adding those legally binding provisions to maybe enhance the existing provisions of the Mekong Agreement be of added value?
Thank you so much. Can you okay. Okay, our colleague from the Seychelles Island. Yeah. Please.
Hello. Thank you. I would like to thank the presenters for the wonderful presentation. My question is with regards to the collaboration between parliamentary institutions of the region of Mekong. What additional work are you going to do in terms of sensitizing the general public of all the regions of Mekong to bring them on board so as to prevent what my friend Dennis has just said? I thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to our speakers. Start.
Shortly, I answer your question concerning about rice production. So I think the position of the Mekong Delta should reduce the area of rice, not essential of rice, because we touch up a lot of environment, also farmer income, and also in terms of the room for the other diversification, other activity or economies. So we have a planning until 2030. We maintain around 1,040,030 hectares. That's enough for the domestic consumption, also export. And also we have the data prediction until 2030, 75 countries, they use the rice, supply and demand. So that there are no region intensive rice in the Mekong Delta. in terms of the new situation.
Yes, I try to make my answer short, but I would like to. I agree with you that rice is not very important now for food security in Vietnam. A long time ago, we don't have enough food, so we focus on rice. But now the policy, the strategy have changed. Formerly, it is rice, fruit, and fish. Now it changed from fish, fruit, and rice. Rice go to the third, not in the first at all anymore. Okay, if I understand correctly, the question from the second question about notification, etc. I agree with you that it is mentioned, it is defined, clearly defined in the Water Convention. But anyhow, it is quite general, not specific. And the 4 country members have to discuss, to negotiate about 80 years, but cannot come to agreement yet. We would like if the convention can somehow help to make this more progress. Thank you. I think the third question is to you, right? One for each.
Yeah. So I think could you repeat your question? I lost. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Cái gì này? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I think in this situation we can make the negotiation and to meet. To understand each other and to understand the situation each other, and then we can share in the benefits. And also in this case, I think we're thinking about the protocol to collaborate among 4 countries. I think it can explain the situation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what has been raised about parliamentary cooperation by many participants today is very, very important, because after we are here to study as members of parliament how we can help, to solve the problems, the rising conflicts, not to be conflicts. And I think these conferences that is going on right now, they are really contributing to the better understanding. And IPU is a very good forum for these discussions, so we are not enclosing ourselves into our regions, but having an oversight of other territories, other transboundary areas, which can also affect, not just the particular area where the water is flowing, but it can affect, of course, any other continent. So that's why I would like to thank all of you for participating in today's panel, and of course for the participants for being here. And I would like to invite one of our colleagues, maybe Maureen, how we continue. We are going to have a dinner tonight, again, eating. It's traditional food. But maybe we start later, and tomorrow I have bad news, we start again early, so buses at 8 at 8:15. Maureen, please, can you tell us something about this evening? And thank you, the panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the idea now is that we will go back to the hotel. We'll get the bus back to the hotel, and at 7 we will go to the restaurant with the bus again. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, and thank you, Ross.